I see the reactors back on screen, and I
Uh,
think we're back live. That was interesting.
Yeah, so generally the only way I've known for it to be fixed is to either just cut the stream or hope that it kicks back in.
Well,
But cutting the stream is usually the quickest way to get it back in.
all right, we're back live. Sorry about that, guys. Whoever's watching, I appreciate your patience here. Uh, we'll continue. I believe we left off on the 500 kg review bomb. So let's just keep on going.
Yes.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, it went from Helldivers, the Helldiving community, the Helldivers in the Helldiving community. It went from a literal army. The amount of people playing Helldivers at any given moment was almost to the same extent as large as a nation's army to the size of a militia.
Oof. Yeah.
Just because they said, "Oh, you have to log into our third party account."
I mean, it was definitely the right way to go about it because game company there's a similar thing that happened like this not too long ago with the what was it, the NFTs, right? And how the gaming companies were really trying to push NFTs, and literally everyone just pushed completely against it, where we could have seen NFTs literally everywhere riddling the gaming space if they had even remotely gotten away with it, even in one area. If you give them an inch, they will keep on trying until it works, right? But if you
Hmm.
completely stop them in the beginning, they'll, from what it's been shown, they'll usually give up at thereafter.
I mean, isn't that the whole argument with DLCs with the whole horse armor thing? I mean, it started with
That's
one or two things, and it just escalated to the point where basically game devs or at least publishers are selling their game in pieces, and just kind of like
yeah.
purposely leaving out content to be sold almost immediately, like day one DLC and things of that sort. So
Yeah,
That's why
usually true.
several game communities can be very aggressive when it comes to any kind of microtransaction DLC. A good example of that is the old school RuneScape community. Almost everything in their games implemented through a polling system, and
mm-hmm.
if the threshold isn't reached, then it isn't added. At some point, one of the executives wanted to add like in-game product placement, so like you could find, let's say, a T-shirt with Coca-Cola on it. Um, the public outrage from that one was um, about the same kind of thing as what happened to Helldivers, honestly, but like more limited to the smaller community that it has. And it didn't stop until the executive that suggested it actually left the company.
Mm.
good.
They didn't stop at, oh, it's not happening. They wanted him gone. Otherwise, they just all cancelled their subscription. Which is, of course, an advantage of an MMO. You can immediately cancel your payments, and they will see that immediately.
Good for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, several years ago, they haven't tried it again since.
Yeah, I mean, there it's shown time and time again. Like, if there's enough of a backlash and companies or corporations or developers or publishers, whoever is in charge, see that it's going to affect their bottom line or their long term, some of them will actually make the right decision and or a decision that's going to benefit. But it just really depends on the community. I mean, in my opinion, for
Aim
example,
together strong.
yeah, in my opinion, I mean, I don't see why they sell Madden or FIFA every year, but people still buy them, so they still do it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so,
I have the exact same mindset with the Call of Duty games,
Yep.
and
Exactly.
it can come. If people can say, "Oh, you just don't like Call of Duty." You're right, I don't. Um, but it's the exact same game with very little innovation,
mhm.
and they could have just like released an update if they wanted to add like a new gun or a new campaign or something like that, because it's always the same campaign. It's always the same everything. It's just,
Yeah, that's
oh,
a big one I've understood. Like, before, at least the campaign was different, and a lot of people were positive about the writing of the campaign, but the past few editions, I want to say 4, but I'm not a player, so I don't know the exact how many years it has been. The campaign has been very lackluster and getting worse. So
hmm,
they don't even have that argument anymore. Graphics don't get upgraded anymore because that has kind of plateaued in general in gaming. So
Yeah.
what do they do?
um, I was on 360, in the peak of Black Ops 1.
Okay.
And anytime I would ask, my friends in the Xbox call, well, what are you playing? They'd be like, oh, we're playing COD Zombies. So I asked, I'd be like, so how's the campaign in that game? I don't know. I just bought it to play zombies. So my thought was at one point, well, why, if people are mainly buying the Black Ops games to play zombies, why don't they just release a game called Call of Duty Zombies?
Well,
Because it's a market seller, or it's a product seller, right? It's something.
Money.
It's when people, not only was Black Ops really good from the get go, with story, with the story, with the game, with the actual story that it had, with a really really amazing twist.
Mm,
It had a great multiplayer, and then it had an additional third option for you to play with your friends that wasn't just regular multiplayer at the time, which hadn't really been done for Call of Duty games up until that point, right?
yeah.
And every time people would buy the game, like you said, just to play zombies, that's still a sell for that. And having product compete with itself is usually a bad thing when it comes to
there's also
making money.
the argument, or at least the observation of like, there are certain things that are expected of a Call of Duty title. Like when they released that Call of Duty that didn't have anything but just multiplayer, there was a lot of backlash. The people were like, "There's no campaign, there's no nothing," and it felt, even though maybe a majority of the players just played the feature that they had sold. People, it's like, oh, it felt empty. There was something missing. So there's that kind of like
Yeah,
complete package type of thing. So
yeah. There are similar things happening right now. We used to get games that were full complete games, right? And companies are realizing, maybe not even the game development companies that are actually making the game, but their producers who are selling the game. They've been seeing that they can get away with less and less and less and less, and it's really about towing that line to see what you can really get away with, where people won't complain,
What
right?
happened?
Um,
what do you mean? What happened? You get Ophie?
I think that wasn't to us.
Oh, but yeah. I mean, and to kind of circle back to the whole Helldivers thing, it was kind of sad because Helldivers itself felt like a complete product. There was a lot of stuff on there. The live service aspect was actually being done, and still is being done in a way that seems to be very productive and positive for the community, with interesting twists and things being teased. There was this whole sense of community to completing missions. I mean, everyone remembers Malevolent Creek, so there's always that sense that this game was something special. And it's unfortunate that PlayStation. I'm assuming it's going to be mostly PlayStation because it doesn't seem like the developers themselves were totally on board. Decided to, like, hey, this is a change we need to put in place, and kind of marred their reputation a bit. It did
yeah,
significantly drop the player count. And even though the review scores are back up, I mean, I see less and less players, and I see less and less people talking about it. It's still a fantastic game.
yeah.
You know, and it could also be fatigue as well because it's been out for a while, and it is a shooter doing the same thing, even though it's randomized. So there could be a little bit of fatigue there as well. So
Yeah, like I've seen it being described as that the honeymoon phase is over, and it ended rather violently.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely did.
Yeah, now Helldivers is just a game that you play whenever you have people in the party.
Yeah.
I mean, it also brings up like a big thing. It came out that the CEO of Arrowhead Studio did in fact know about this ahead of time and just kind of held off on telling anyone about the PlayStation account, right? And that will get you killed in the long run, as we've seen with like CD Projekt Red, and not being transparent, having a great reputation, and then it immediately being mired and people not trusting, the people who are speaking anymore about their own product, because that trust has been abused, right? And then you look at someone like Larian Studios, who's been completely open, forthright, and is talking to the community on a consistent basis, and everything is transparent and nothing is opaque. And they've been hailed, you know what I mean, as being like one of the better companies that you can actually rely on to actually take in your feedback and to, put out a quality product at the end of it, instead of getting something half measured or half baked or even locked behind paywalls.
I mean, those panels from Hell were like kind of my highlight of the months leading up to the game because there was just so much information. They went all out. Like when they announced the barbarian and they had the dude dressed up like a barbarian screaming and just beating the crap out of the ice sculpture. I mean, it was just like everything was like they had a camera facing a cow for like 2 hours. Then it was like, oh, it's a druid, and they announced it. It was so creative, and it's just refreshing to see that. So I am definitely excited to see that there are developers out there doing their due diligence and doing good work. I'm just hoping that more developers don't get discouraged by what happened with like the Helldiver situation, because I still think the game and the developers themselves are fantastic, and I want to see more games succeed when they provide complete packages.
Yeah, I mean, communication leads into expectation, and they feed into each other. If you communicate something's going to be this way, people are going to expect it to be that way. And if it's not delivered, and if that expectation is not delivered, people will get upset, right? When you watch a trailer for a movie, and that movie is a horror movie, and then you come to find out, you get in the theater, you watch the movie, and it's a comedy movie, but it was being sold as a horror movie, you're going to be upset, even if you like comedy. You know what I mean? Being transparent and being completely open allows for people to understand what's going on and to accept what you're telling them, and then know, oh, okay, things will change in the future, and you've told me that, and I can trust that that's going to happen, and I see the roadmap, and I know what to expect, and I will be expecting it. And when it happens, people are happy. You don't have to, that's the same thing with Larian. Larian didn't release the game; they released it in open access, early access, and then they were like, "Hey, we're gonna be talking to you guys the entire time. We have a roadmap, right? You can see the progression." Like all of this, and people were really happy with Larian, right? But if Larian said nothing the entire time, people would be kind of irritated about how long that open beta really lasted for, because it did last for like two years and some 2.5 years,
even.
something like that.
Yeah. I remember picking it up and playing through like a good portion of the first act that came out, and then I'm like, I'm gonna let this sit for a couple years, and it was literally a couple years before I came back to it.
Yeah. I had 250 hours by the time it released.
Jesus Christ!
You are built. You are built.
It was very good early access. The early access of Act 1 had more features and more things to explore than some big releases do, like full releases. But also, Act 1 is like a miniature for the rest of the game, which allowed them to polish and to test everything as well as they could. without
And they
revealing
did
it.
If you don't leave Act 1, if you did everything in Act 1 of that game, you could fill out the time of a normal AAA release.
Yeah, for sure.
But about the marketing, the director of publishing of Larian actually had a bit of a explanation / rant about that at some points. Because in his opinion, the way he said it, he thinks traditional marketing is dead. And for Larian, he is the marketing person because they don't have a marketing division at all. So publishing handles that. He thinks that traditional marketing, as in like just showing trailers and then basically promising what your game will be about and like polishing it up nice with cinematics and stuff, is old-fashioned. It doesn't really work anymore. Gamers are a bit jaded after enough debacles involving that. So what he did instead of the regular marketing, was what he calls just a conversation, dialogue. That's what those panels from Hell were all about. They were not really there to sell their projects explicitly. Obviously they were because they're a company, but the purpose about it was to show that they had faith in their products, that they liked what they were doing, and that they wanted to tell you about that, that they wanted to bring you into that conversation, which is also why it was streamed, and then a lot of interactions with Twitch were a thing for that. Even when things went wrong, they could still do stuff like an impromptu Q&A session, which has led to some amazing moments. For example, in the very last panel from Hell had one of those impromptu QA sessions because they had technical difficulties. They often did. And that led to an incredibly difficult question being posed, like what makes this a good successor to the older Baldur's Gate games? And the CEO, well, not CEO, the creative director, who is the owner of the company, answered that in a very, very good way. Like, took the chance to really put down there why he wants to make this game and why he thinks he made a worthy successor, a good game. It's that kind of things that other companies don't often do.
I actually have that up. I would like to kind of. I think this is it. Was this it?
I think that's their cinematic announcement, or one of them. Oh yeah, that's
My name's
that's probably
Josh.
one.
I'm a massive
Yeah,
fan
that's
of
the one.
Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I have been since I was a kid. I've played the games my entire life, and the name is legendary. The stories are mythical, and Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are some of the most respected RPGs of all time.
Love this answer.
Why do you think Baldur's Gate 3 is a worthy successor to this title?
Okay, I have many reasons. We can just break them down one by one. So obviously times have moved on. We are 2023. I think the first Baldur's Gate was in '98, if I'm not mistaken. So back in the days, Baldur's Gate 1 embodied everything that Dungeons and Dragons was. It was the first game that really allowed you to play D&D in a video game. It had multiplayer, which was very advanced for its time already. It had a party that you were growing, definitely in Baldur's Gate 2. That was really a really big innovative step back in the days. We've done the same thing, but with 5th edition. We've taken all of the concepts that were pioneered there to a much further extent. The relationship building that you're going to be doing inside of the game, the party that you're going to gather, that has, you will find out when you're going to play, that has lots and lots more than what was possible back in the days, both in the fact that it's being told to you in a cinematic way, but not in just a linear cinematic way, but actually in a fully dynamic cinematic way that depends and reacts to all of the choices that you've made, all of the decisions that you've been making. And so that is, for me, was one of the core things that we wanted to put in a game that was about gather your party, which is what the catchphrase was of the original Baldur's Gate. The second thing is this game follows the structure of the original game. You start your adventure elsewhere. There's a big, strong call to action, and that takes you to the city. So we are basically following that same journey. You're going to have a strong call to action, which in this case is, I'm about to become a monster, and if I embrace that becoming a monster, I'm going to be a very powerful monster. I was back in the days, you were a Baal spawn, and that was the same thing. I have this Lord of Murder that is guiding me, so I need to deal with that. What am I going to do with this? You could turn into the Slayer or not, and these were things that you were going to be interacting with. So there is that aspect. Back in the days, Baldur's Gate 1 was at the peak of what was possible visually. It was a beautiful world. It had a lot of adventure, lots of exploration to be had. You've been trying it out today. I don't know what your thoughts were, but BG3 offers you the same things. It gives you plenty of adventure. It gives you plenty of opportunities, but it does more. What was not possible in the days were all of the systemic interactions that we put in there. In that sense, it goes further than what you had, and it should, because it has to innovate. BG1 was an incredible, innovative game. BG2 was an even more innovative game. I think BG3 is at the peak of what's possible in traditional and actual modern RPGs also. It brings you a game that marries systemics in which you're really, really free. It marries everything that's about exploration, adventuring, everything that's been done in the genre, it's all present in there. It marries storytelling in a narrative manner that reacts to the system, to the choices that it makes. It's a game that respects your identity in ways you cannot even imagine when you start playing, that you realize as you're going through it. And you can do it on your own or with a friend and multiplayer. And so all those things together, I think, puts BG3 at the forefront of RPGs, just like its predecessor back in the days. So, and maybe, and most importantly, when it comes to BG3, I think it's a game that is incredible, a lot of fun, just like the original games were. And it's going to give you a lot of replay value, and you're going to keep on replaying, you're going to keep on finding new things, and those things they're very hard to find in this type of game. And so those, for me, make it a worthy successor. So in the, it modernizes Dungeons and Dragons in a video game, puts it back at the forefront of where it belongs to be, allows you to play it in any way you want, be anybody that you want, and then actually get rewarded by true AAA cinematic storytelling at a scale that I don't think has actually been done. And you can do it with your friends. You can be watching in split screen 2 cinematics at the same time with different choices, deal with the consequences of what your friends have been doing. It's just really, really cool. Anyway, that was... Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, just right there, like that sold me on the game. Just hearing how passionate he was, like I was already sold, but that just kind of like got me to the point where I'm like, okay, yeah, there's something special. I need to pay attention, and there was.
Yeah, you see he needs to gather his thoughts a bit at first, but once he gets going, you really notice that he's had a lot of time to think about these things, and he really knows what it's about.
Yeah, and Larian is just one of those companies that's being helmed by a great great developer, head developer, and who knows exactly what they want to get out of this title, what they want to provide, what experience they want to provide, and there are other games that are still in development, that have been in development for way longer, who don't have that type of vision or that type of understanding of what they really want to provide, like Star Citizen,
Duke Nukem,
or Segway,
like the company with the
or segue into the next topic, which kind of fills into it. Yeah, there's this game. Probably not a game that a lot of you guys might know. Maybe you do. But the Escape from Tarkov. Going back off of what companies can try to get away with, or what companies are doing, almost piggybacking off of the same thing, and also the whole it being in beta or whatever forever. This is one of those games that has a very unique niche and survives on the fact that it's like pushing the buttons that not a lot of games do push. But some of the practices of the developers and the company itself kind of are, to put it lightly, kind of scummy.
Now, I heard you, the lead up to today, talk about the controversy with Tarkov. I'm in the dark about this.
Yeah.
So, what? I mean, I'm in the dark about this, whereas Helldivers, I was, I knew what was going on the entire time. I have no idea what the hell's going on with this. What is happening with Tarkov?
So, other than the fact that there's always something going on with Tarkov, the most recent thing, you'll if you dig into this game. Now, I don't really play it. I don't own it. But I used to watch people that play it, and it's always an interesting thing because one of my favorite games of all time is the Stalker series, or Stalker Escape from Chernobyl. And I've always had Tarkov on my radar because it seemed to be very similar to, going into a zone with like modern military gear, sneaking around, fighting enemies, looting them, and just getting out just barely by the skin of your teeth. So the recent controversy with Tarkov is previously they had sold an edition of the game. I forget the name, but it was an edition of the game that essentially said for like $100 or whatever that you'd get all future DLC that comes out with this game. It's kind of like, hey, it's the definitive purchasing edition. You get it, boom, you're all set. And a lot of people, invested in the game, even though it's not a complete game yet. I mean, it's a fairly feature complete game, but they're still calling it like beta or whatever they call it. Recently, one of the things that was announced was a feature that the studio head always was against, and the feature is PvE. Now, for those who don't know, Tarkov is an extraction shooter. You basically go in either by yourself or with a team. You go into a map. What you bring is yours. That's stuff that you've earned, you've looted, you've purchased in-game with in-game currency. And if you died, your stuff dropped, unless you had like insurance and spent money. And when you loot stuff, you bring that home, and that's what you basically would get. So you go into ruins, different facilities. You get guns. You kind of pack up your bag, which you have limited space. You have to actually like pack your magazines. It's not like infinite ammo. You have to actually like, oh, I took 10 shots from one mag. Da da da. There's a lot of like that realism hardcore into it. And essentially, you would go into that map, but there were other players. So while you were fighting AI enemies who are out and about, just doing things or just kind of out there was the possibility of running into players. Now, not everybody is a big fan of PvP. Some people don't like it. There's also latency issues, lag, hackers, cheaters. So some people just wanted this experience in a sense that would be PvE, where they could just play it on their own. Because there was like a PvE mode that was in this game for like a training when you first started, but never a full-on mode. And then the leader, the studio head was like, no, we're never going to get this mode. You don't need it, or you don't want it. Kind of the whole Blizzard, you think you want it, but you don't. Well, recently, they've decided, you know what, we're actually going to create what's called the Unheard Edition, which allows people to play kind of like a PvE mode. At full price, it's like $250. For the people that purchased the previous thing that was inclusive of the DLC, they also had to pay like $100 because they paid $150, so they paid the difference. And the rationale was that the PvE mode is a feature in a game mode, and it's not DLC, so it doesn't count. So the people who basically paid $150 to get all future DLCs and content were just told, like, get good, scrub. You have to pay. And where the game fails, or at least the developers fails, is the COO kind of just telling people to suck it up. It's basically just like, hey, we didn't expect this to happen, but this is what it is. And he's been very kind of vitriolic and hostile towards the fans in a way that's kind of made people feel bad about the whole situation. So that's kind of where it left off, and again, it kind of piggybacks off what we previously spoke on, and that's only the bare minimum, because not only was there the PvE mode, they're selling like perks, the ability to like resurrect allies or teleport. They're selling all sorts of like what could be considered almost like pay to win or advantages to the people that spend the extra money, which again, you're going into that whole rabbit hole of now this game is who spends the most money. And then especially in a game where it's like competitive PvP, even though it's PvP PE. So those who are playing the PvP mode are also kind of getting screwed because now there's people that get all these advantages. So it's just a wild like whole situation. And
Also,
go ahead.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying from the outside, it's just it's fascinating to see from the outside. But it's just I feel bad for those people that invested in that game. I just really do.
Mm-hmm.
It's also really bad to hear all of that and to know that there is a rampant cheating issue. It has been for a very long time. A very, 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 very bad cheating issue. Where, like the gear that you're collecting and you're gaining takes you hours and hours and hours to get, and people forget. Like I actually own the $100 version, right? The one where it was like, hey, everything. Because my friend a long time ago was really interested in it, and I was like, okay, well, we're gonna play this together. We're gonna do this, and he's a big stalker head. He loves
Mm-hmm.
anything like these games, and so he plays this game like basically religiously. But he's basically stopped at this point with how bad it got because he also purchased that edition and is now locked out of content that he can't get access to. But he like there's like a how do you put it like a MOBA version. You know how like in mobile phone games, how you spend like you make something and it's like okay, come back in 24 hours when it's done. It has that in the game. Those are real things that you have to actively wait real time for your stuff to complete. Like in your base, specifically in your base when you're like upgrading your base and stuff like that.
Reminds me of Warframe.
Yeah, and it's like okay, that's fine, but also like when you're getting guns and you're finding equipment out there, that takes a lot of time. And, just to even find one that's either good or what you want, and then to basically like lose all of that due to someone who sniped you halfway across the map or across the map completely and is using cheats. It's a very time intensive game and it doesn't respect your time.
Yeah.
Right. And then on top of this, you're selling things that allow people to, revive each other, teleport and stuff like that. Like that's an even greater slap across the face to an already dedicated fan base. And from the last time I talked to him, he said that about 65% of players are actively using cheats at any given time, if not more.
That's crazy.
And that is a real statistic that people found.
That's crazy.
Yeah, in a game that demands so much of you, it's like you're gonna run into at least one or two cheaters a game, if not more, right? Who are just gonna kill you and just mess with you, and then waste your time in a game where every time you go into the zone, it takes about an hour or more of your time to even complete a run.
Yeah, you could go in there, you spend 45 minutes, an hour, and then somebody shoots you through a wall or hacks through right as you're about to extract, and you get nothing, and you just wasted an hour of your time without any way of, like, fighting back. Which is why a lot of people were kind of like, hey, let's get us a PvE offline mode. Because they enjoy the game, the mechanics of the game, they just didn't want to deal with the cheaters or the latency. And, well,
Exactly.
they gave it to them, but they sold it to them in a $100 price tag or $250 if you're new. Which it's just again, it just
it's disgusting, predatory.
It feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I just go say, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna play Stalker Gamma, and basically get the very same experience. from an older game that's like from like 2005 or something, and it's free. And speaking of,
And
oh, go ahead.
from a community too, it's also been updated from the community. The Soccer Gamma is a complete mod pack that the community has completely curated for like the best experience.
Yeah, it's essentially a mod pack of a mod, because it's a mod pack of Stalker Anomaly,
Yeah.
which is essentially a
Yeah.
mod that takes all the previous Stalker games and makes it like a free version. And this is entirely free. And Gamma's one of the higher, like, more popular ones. Now, the interesting thing to the Tarkov thing is that there are mods, and the people who know me know I love mods. There are mods that let you play it single player. It's called SPT, or Single Player Tarkov. And there have been mods that have existed for a while for that game that allow you to do the single player mode for free. And they even have mods to almost to the extent of how, like, not quite like Bethesda style where you're just like there's thousands of mods, but there's a lot of like mod packs that can customize the way you play your game or quality of life. And so the free version of the single player that's offered by modders is way better than what's offered by the actual company's single player. So there's really
Yeah,
no
my friend actually
point.
plays that.
Yeah, so. All right, but yeah, that I hope that kind of fills you in, Ophi. I know it's a game that you probably have not really heard much of, but does that kind of answer some of your questions there?
It answered all of them.
Yeah, and I'm super passionate about this particular topic because I'm such a huge Stalker fan, and I want to see games of that style kind of be successful. I love Arma, I love Stalker, I love that hardcore realism, fighting for every bullet that you have, looting, and just exploring a kind of a large map, and just feeling like, when you actually win a firefight, that there's that it doesn't feel like it's a scripted event. It just happens. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I really don't have very much input on Tarkov. The only FPS I play is Siege.
Siege is interesting.
But I do want to say this from a consumer standpoint. $150 to pay for the game that you never have to pay for DLC again. That's a nice concept. $150 is a bit too steep in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone here who plays Smite, but Smite had Smite's a MOBA.
Oh yeah.
Smite had a thing where you paid $30, and from here into Memorial, playing Smite 1, because they're making a second one, any character that's released in Smite, whenever you pay the $30, you get them for free. So if you started playing day one and you saw the pack and there was only like 10 gods, and you're like, okay, well, I'll buy the pack. It's been going on for years now, and you haven't had to pay for a single new god. I think what really just gets my goat is the fact that they want you to pay an additional $100 for a mode.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that you can literally just patch in. That shouldn't come with a new version of the game. That shouldn't come with any, that shouldn't be a version. That should just be that should be an option.
It was already in the game too.
Honest.
I mean, when you first start
Yeah.
the game, they throw you into a PvE mode. When you first,
Yeah.
I don't know if they've changed that recently, but it's like, it's just in there. They just had to flip a switch.
So, yeah, all they have to do, that's just like old school like disc games. That the 360 PlayStation 3 era. The DLC was on the disc. You just paid for them to unlock the code for you to use it. But $100 just for them to add something to the start menu that says PVE, I think is absolutely ridiculous. I know that, you know, people have to make money on what they play, but I mean on what they make, but from what I've seen, Tarkov isn't worth, $150 just to not have to pay for any of the DLCs in the future. And I don't think $100 is worth, PvE. It it just seems like a cash grab. And then for them to turn around and say, "Oh, if you pay us $250, you get all the DLC now and future and PvE mode," even though whenever you start the game, like Marine said, they could have changed that, but let's just say that they didn't for sake of this argument. $250, you get all the DLC from now into eternity and PvE mode, even though the tutorial is PvE and all we really have to do is change, 3 values from 6 to 4.
Mhm.
And then you can just enter into PvE mode and never have to worry about someone griefing you at, extract.
Yeah, yeah. So it's interesting. It's
Everything about the game has changed,
so surprisingly.
except for the most important thing
Ooh, that was good.
we have inside.
Surprisingly, the community has pushed back on it, and I think they kind of reduced the price of it and of the thing, or given some people the money back. So there is some like positive that came from it, but still, it still leaves a bad taste. So, and with that, the Helldivers thing, and it's like a lot of companies. I see a lot of companies that are like they try something and then to see if they can get away with it, and then they pull back. So they'll do 5 bad things and then they'll stop 3 of them, and then people are like, "Oh, cool, they listened, but they still got away with 2."
Yeah,
So
that's a very common thing.
yeah.
And
So-
I wanna also propose this. They're not going to do it. They're just waiting for it to die down so they can slip it in.
yeah,
And that's my way of thinking, because anytime a company comes out and they said, "Oh, we're gonna do X," and the community, the vocal majority of the community is like, "Well, we don't want you to do X, we'd rather you do Y." And then, they do the whole Sonic in the Sonic movie looked ugly, let's push back against this. We got Sonic changed, yay. Just because we got them to do Y, they still have X. It's still on the thumb drive. They didn't delete that.
I think they put
They're just waiting.
I think they put Ugly Sonic in a different movie. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, they put Ugly Sonic in the
Chip and Dale.
3D Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie.
Yeah. So
But yeah, whatever you don't want them to do, they still have access to it. They didn't delete that file. It's still on the thumb drive. They're just waiting for you to get comfortable. I know this is getting into like conspiracy, right? Don't trust the AAA companies.
Generally, they do take whatever they say and do with it with a grain of salt.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
they're a company. At the end of the day, they're there to make more money. Whatever makes them more money, they will do at all costs. So it's not even really a conspiracy.
They're not every company is going to be Larian. Not every company is going to be like, this is art and we want people to enjoy our art, but we want people to give us feedback on our art, that way we can make it more appealing to them. And whenever you have that open dialogue, you get more out of it, but at the exact same time, not everyone can be Larry, and some people are just evil, and it seems like the dude from Tarkov just wants, his PvP
Money.
looter shooter. Yeah, he just wants his PvP money.
He just wants money. Yeah. So, moving on from that, we are at about an hour and 15-minute mark. So, if we want to take a quick little bit of a break, we're going to come back with maybe another topic on news, but I definitely want to hit into the main point of this week's podcast, which is welcome to tabletop, welcome to gaming. To kind of talk about our experiences getting into the hobby, what got us into it, and maybe some suggestions of what kind of games we suggest for people to get into. So, does that sound good for everybody?
Yeah.
That sounds
Good
great.
with me.
Yeah, I might need to go, but I'll have to see about that.
All right. So, we're just going to take a quick about 10, 15. And I do want to, towards the end of the podcast, I'm going to shift. We normally, at this point, what I would like to have done is a little bit of a community highlight to talk about some community members and whatnot. For the time being, I'm going to push that towards the end so we can kind of spend some time talking about some of our friends of the podcast, streamers, artists, and whatnot. Kind of highlight some of the work they've done. Definitely want to, first and foremost, thank Artie Faye for her work on the overlays and stuff, and our reactors that we see down here.
Yeah, she's done.
Yes, she's amazing.
She's pulled some all-nighters in the last few days to make sure everything is up and running, and sat down and been patient with me as I push buttons like a caveman and tried to figure things out. So I'm going to do one of those little fancy transition things. So we're going to go to like an AFK, be right back, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. We just had a little bit of a break. Hopefully, everybody hydrated, stretched, made sure that they're not dehydrating or getting cramps or anything. Um,
I have to, else I get bullied.
you
I won't
know,
hydrate for anyone.
that's unfortunate because you need to hydrate and do that, and I'm gonna bully you, and I won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
I
Um,
love playing loot. Anyway,
so going into our live discussion here, we're gonna talk about the main topic today of our actual podcast, which is welcome to gaming and tabletop and the hobby in general. So it's again kind of a talk about some of the games we've played that got us into it, ways that we've gotten into it, advice for people that want to start specific things like, hey, you want to start getting into computer gaming or tabletop gaming or D&D or Magic or whatever. Here are some advices from ourselves or stories from our own kind of ourselves. Morgan herself, she had to bounce because being British, it's tea time. So you cannot get in the way of a Brit and her tea. So we're going to let her enjoy that while we kind of go into our talk. So I'm just, again, reintroducing everyone who's here. Obviously, it's myself. Ophi is here as a guest and our VTuber Angel on our shoulder. We have Meld, our resident like meme lord and DM and NHP specialist. If you know what that means, good on you. And we have Frax, who is the Lord of Cheese. That's just your title at this point.
that's fair. I'm okay with this. It's accurate.
All right, so just to start things off, Ophi, I think you during the break we were talking. You had a little bit of a story that you were bringing up, and you said you're gonna keep it and wait for it on the podcast or when we got back online. So fire away.
So, a friend of mine contacted me and said, "Hey, my daughter asked me to ask you, would you be willing to teach us D&D?" And then that turned into not D&D. I meant to say MTG, Magic the Gathering. And I said, "Okay, sure. I can do that for you." So that's where I was yesterday afternoon. Um, so it turned into my friend, her daughter, and my friend's grandson. And it was an experience. It was difficult trying to teach three generations, three different mindsets, how to play the same game. Uh, More to the point, I was trying to teach them how to play Commander. So we didn't even go from like regular 60 card Magic into Commander, which is 100 cards. Um, and as I was trying to explain things to them, they were like, "Well, why don't we just play? And as we play, you explain things." So it just inadvertently turned into me playing their turns for them. So they weren't grasping what mana was. They weren't really grasping what tapping for mana was. So that in and of itself made it a little difficult because I was trying to explain things as best as I could. But it got really really intense whenever we started doing the character creation for 5th edition D&D characters. They were I could tell it her. So my friend took to D&D, and her daughter wants to play Magic, but I think what we're going to do is we're going to try 60 cards. So the next time a starter set gets released, I'm gonna grab a starter set. That way I have a couple of 60 card decks to play with, because I, for one, don't play Pioneer or Vintage, both named Counterspell. But you can have 2 cards that both counter opponent spells.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
yeah,
it was.
You told me about the having counterspell on deck.
It was.
Just ready
Yeah.
to make sure someone just doesn't have fun when they try to do anything.
Yes. Yeah, if you play exclusively blue Magic, I don't want you at my table. You need to like splash in another color or something, or lie
What
to
about
me.
Demir?
And
Is Demir okay?
yeah, just as long as you're not playing straight mono blue, and all you do is counterspell everything we do, because then we're
Okay,
just going to take you out back behind the store and
Have a
So
nice
give
ice
you a wedge,
It's
give
kind
you a
of
wedgie or something.
it's kind of terrible when players do that. I get it. Some people have a lot of fun with it, but yeah, you gotta know your audience. And I usually end up I dislike straight like infinite combos and like win cons, so I never bring them to a table. I don't care if other people do. I just like to like see how good the deck is and play the deck out to fruition, and just try to be like, try to outsmart.
So 3 of my decks that I play with, I have infinite combos in them. I have in my green white human deck, I have the Ivy Lane Denizen Scurry Oak combo. In my vampire deck, I have the what is it? Blood Bond, Sanguine Bond, and Exquisite Blood combo. And then in my zombie deck, I have the Asirak, the Lich, the Arch Lich, and Rooftop Storm.
Hmm.
And I'll go into more detail about those whenever we actually have a show on Magic. I don't want it to just turn into me screaming about cards for the next 20 years.
The cards, Mason. What do they mean?
So
No idea.
obviously, Ophi, you play Magic, and
Yeah.
Mel, do you say you played it as well, or at least a little bit?
Yeah, I play. I usually play on tabletop sim, because I am poor, very poor, and I do not have a 401k to spend on Magic the Gathering. Nor do I have the same amount of money to spend on Warhammer, and I love the shit out of Warhammer. Don't own anything Warhammer. So yeah, it's an expensive hobby. It is cheap to get into. You can play Pauper, which is a low level, type of system. Which I mean, Ophi would know way more about. I play it with friends and stuff like that, and I wouldn't say I'm a beginner anymore, but I'm definitely not good.
Well, I'm not a beginner and I'm not good, but I will say it's actually really inexpensive to get into Commander. Every set they release
Yeah.
set specific precons
Mhm.
that range anywhere from the starter Commander decks were like $20, and the set decks are usually like 40 something.
Yeah, 40 to
I know
60
40.
depending on your score.
Yeah, I know 40 really is. I know $40 to $60 isn't what exactly you'd call cheap, but compared to like Warhammer,
Mhm.
starting learning how to play Commander is a whole lot less expensive than learning how to play Warhammer.
Yeah, it's just if you want to play with, the cards you want to play. Sometimes some of those cards are 20 to plus $100
Yeah,
a card.
I think my most expensive deck is like $600.
Yeah, my friend, he has a it's a Demir deck that focuses on like slimes and slime counters and stuff like that. Forget what it's called, but basically it appreciated to well over $1,000 at this point with the cards that he had in there. But he's been playing Magic for like since he was like a little kid.
Yeah, there's a game store near where I live where I go, and the front end of the store is essentially just this huge display of Magic cards, and there's way too many digits of numbers next to some of these cards. I'm like, whoa!
Hmm.
Like, there's cards that are like hundreds of dollars or whatever. So I'm like, okay.
For little slivers of cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of them even curl now still.
What were we saying, Frax?
They don't call it the cardboard crack for no reason.
It
And
is
I am
cardboard.
I am a well admitted addict. Yeah, no, they changed card stocks a couple years ago. Get off of the keyboard, cat. Um, they changed card stocks for the rares or for the foils recently. I say recently; it's been a few years. But a term in the Magic community is pringling, and it's essentially just whenever your foil card cups, and you can very clearly tell that it's a foil. Sometimes you can just open up a brand new pack, sit it down, and you can find where the foil is because it's already starting to fold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, speaking of Magic, Cheese Lord, Frax, have you ever played Magic?
Well, I tend to go to a summer festival, and that place has a lot of TTRPG and like board game related things in general. So often, when browsing through those stalls and tents, I enter um, the game stall basically, and I have seen Magic the Gathering cards there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all.
That's
I've never really played it. I don't know anything.
yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat. I think I bought a deck when I was like 10 years old or 12, and I kind of just looked at the art. It was cool, and I never really sat down and played. I have played one or two games with friends who'll like give me a deck and I'll play, and I get the general concept. And I think I played like a on Steam. There was a version where you could just play the game, but yeah, that's my extent. I don't really all these acronyms and stuff. It's just kind of like new to me. So I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. So that's why I love anytime like someone like Ophi or whatever goes off on talking about it because it's just like interesting to hear. So as a new player, someone who's completely new, other than the obvious answer that one of my friends would say is like, "Hey, how do I get into the hobby?" And he just says, "Don't." How would one, or what's one of a good like? What's a good way to get into it? I know, Mel, you mentioned tabletop simulator, but what's like someone who's coming into this fresh and wants to try it out? What would be your suggestion? Either of you.
My suggestion would be to go to Friday Night Magic.
Okay.
Which Wizards of the Coast affiliated stores. Every Friday they do Friday Night Magic, and that is whenever the store is going to have its large percentage of Magic players. Depending on your store is going to be dependent on what format they play, because format cohesion is community based. The store that I go to is a Commander store, so they play Commander during Friday Night Magic. The store also has a dedicated Commander Day on Sundays. Whenever the yearly set releases, which is like Magic, which is like M2026 or M26 or something like that, is usually whenever they have learning days. But there are at least once a year, your local game store will have a day where they have you're able to go in and learn. But the best way to learn is go on Friday nights. You don't always have to buy a deck. You can kind of get with a pod and say, hey, I don't play Magic, but I want to learn how to play. Can you teach me how to play? And if you went to the right store, there's always going to be a group of people that want to get you into the hobby, so they're going to sit down with you and they're going to explain how to play. That is that is how I would say is the best way to do it, is go learn from the source. Friday Night Magic is going to be your best bet.
Yeah, and that's definitely like also what I would recommend. I didn't learn that way. I had friends who live all across the world and wanted to play Magic with each other, and so we got tabletop sim to play, and I was people were gracious enough to teach me um, how to play. But I'd say go to Friday Night Magic and do that. That's like a great way. People are very very open and want more people into the hobby to begin with. So
Yeah.
people are going to be very accepting and just not trying to push you away as much as possible. Um, and and then the other thing is I would say like for me, what I've found is really really good is it's really hard to kind of figure out like what you want to do when you're really really new, when you have like a million options set out before you. I'd say tabletop sim is like a really really great way to deal with that, which is like, okay, because in tabletop sim you can play any card. You can find every conceivable card, even new cards that aren't even actually fully released yet because people just scan them, right?
Mhm.
Which allows you to sit down, figure out how and like kind of tweak your deck. There are websites like EDHREC that basically give you a list, and then you can compile that list into tabletop sim, and it'll do everything else for you. It'll literally load everything for you.
Yeah, you go
And then
to.
yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
And then you basically play that, and you play that deck and see if you like it, because it can get really expensive not knowing what you like, and I feel like that's a great way to test things out. And if you're like, man, I really like this deck, I want to buy it in paper, then go and buy it in paper. And I actually am planning to do that with a deck that I really like, which is a Knights deck. With the commander Zauz. I can never say his name right. Zauzabir. He's basically a knight on like a griffin, and his whole thing is that he gives you cards every time you attack with a knight, regardless if he's on the field or not, and then he brings back knights as well that have
Okay.
been killed.
Cool.
I've never heard of that commander. I guess it's just because no one that I play with has played it.
It was in the most recent. It was in one of the most recent ones. I think it was like either right before March of the Machines, or it came out during March of the Machines.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think my favorite deck to play right now is either my uh Kyler Sigarden Emissary human tribal deck, or my Aurelia War Leader Angel Human multiple combat deck.
Okay, so there are ways and means to get into the hobby, and that's kind of cool to see people welcoming, and that's kind of like almost like I wouldn't say like unwritten, but it's like it's a rule to kind of be welcoming, and there's a specific day, so that's cool to see.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, thanks for the little rundown on Magic. We might see in the future about doing like maybe like a playthrough. We'll maybe even stream it on the ATH Nerdcast channel if we're playing or learning it, just to kind of see how a bunch of derpy, never played it before players end up playing it.
Oh
So
god.
that might be interesting at some point. We'll see.
Frax will get it in 3 days.
Knowing Frax will essentially have all of us beat within the next like.
Frax will know how to play it in 3 days. He will have a paper deck in 6, and he will be a
You
Grand Prix.
vastly overestimate my finances.
He will be a Grand Prix champion in a month.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd like to search my deck for my fusion reactor.
speaking of fusion reactors, how about the time where we actually made a Minecraft server and like a day in you had a fusion reactor?
That was a fission reactor.
Sorry,
There's a difference.
my bad.
There's a very big difference.
Yeah, one is splitting and one is combining.
Yeah. But I did end up with a fusion reactor.
or the time we played Fallout 76 and a day in he's walking around in full like power armor with like nuclear launchers and laser Gatling guns and stuff. So yeah. Or how about the time where we played Age of Empires and we were walking around with with people with bow and arrows and like just random starter units, and you're like World War One with tanks and guns.
That's just that civilization that had some really innovative tactics even in the medieval era.
This man was playing a different game. We were medieval. This man
mean-
was literally the war to end all wars.
Medieval
just sounds like
Bohemia
we have
just
a
had some
scholarship.
really interesting things going on involving putting cannons on carts, which is basically a very primitive tank. It worked pretty well, but it's expensive as hell and it's dangerous for your cannons, so it was never really commonly practiced in greater warfare situations. But yeah, they put that into the game and I was playing that, so I did have like a World War II army-ish. Strategy-wise, definitely played like that. Because they're actually made to, like, the Wildcats actually give a 50% damage reduction to infantry units hiding behind them, so you literally can advance with your armor in front.
Speaking of that, let's kind of segue to Frax. We talked magic. Why don't we talk some gaming? You mentioned RTS, which we had a conversation that boomed into, like it's been booming back in. But, not to say just talk about, do the dance, talk about Age of Empires, but into getting into the gaming scene or just in general, like, what kind of got you into it? Like you said, mention RTSs. You also mentioned, tabletop. Is there anything in particular you want to talk about?
What got me into gaming? I think my very first computer games were those like educational little games for little kids. With those are basically just point and click puzzles, with flashy colors and some funny dialogue. Like Freddy Fish is a fairly known one. Poot Poot, which is like an anthropomorphized car that goes on adventures. So that's really how I got to the computer, and then. My dad had this collection of CDs, which were his games, and I just started looking at those as well. Like, I'm just gonna pop this one into the computer. At this point, I didn't even speak English, so I booted up something with a title I had no idea was, but it was cool robots shooting lasers at each other, and I was sold. So that was Total Annihilation, which is my first RTS game, and after that came Age of Empires, which hooked me a little more. But I liked both.
Okay. Nice.
Age of Empires is. Let me put it this way: I'm glad Steam did not exist starting around like 2003, because the obscene amount of hours I would have in Age of Empires 1, 2, 3, like if those had been tracked, I would probably be contacted by some mental health facility or another. Like, my dude, are you okay?
It's like there's not that many hours in the day. Like how did you play?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you might be wondering, still, Frax, you're really good at those. Well, no. I just really like them, but I'm not really. Like, I wouldn't be able to beat most human players because I usually just fight the AI. That's fun enough for me.
It's a lot of, it was a lot of fun playing. I think we had Aztec and Garuda. We were just
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun. Even though the AI was like we bumped up the AI that one time, and then you stopped joining us in the AI. It felt like the Predator movie. Every time we seen the color of the AI show up, we were like, "Oh God, we're dead," and we were just trying to hide from the AI. It was hilarious. So.
Yeah, that's just the Age of Empires 2 AI. It's not a bad one by any means, but it's not a learning AI yet. Because Age of Empires 4's AIs are capable of adapting on the fly to what their opponents are doing. So those are truly horrifying.
Oh jeez.
Wait, does the do the Age of Empire AIs cheat? Because I know some AIs in certain games, like RTS games, will kind of cheat, or specifically in Civ, it's not an RTS, but it's a strategy game, and that shit does cheat like really hard.
Yeah, they get like
In
points
Age
for
of Empires,
certain-
you can choose to let it cheat, but by default, it doesn't do that. When you up the difficulty, it really just removes limitations on the AI's processing speed, response rate, that kind of stuff.
Okay,
That's
Because
cool.
yeah, when an
removing
AI
gravity.
cheats, it's cheap. It feels cheap. The Civilization franchise has a bit of a bad history with that because their AI is actually comparatively very primitive. It's basically just a sequence of if-else statements, which is not very advanced.
Yeah.
They don't really they have a dedicated AI engineer, just one, who has to make do, and I respect the man enormously because that can be easy. Whereas like Age of Empires nowadays is the full backing of Microsoft's AI division behind it, so obviously they can get a better thing going. They also picked up a man named Sorian, who made his name making the AI for Supreme Commander, another
Ooh.
RTS game,
Yeah.
and is one of the first people that really put deep learning to practice on RTS AIs. So they really got a person who is pushing the line on that at the front, backed by Microsoft's AI division. Yeah, of course you get some good stuff going on.
Yeah. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and to be fair, like the Civilization, especially the most recent Civilization game, where it's no longer stacks of units and they have to actually do like tactics on the actual map with their units. It struggles. It really does.
Yeah. The funny thing about this, if you boot up a game of Civilization 6, there is a Lua file somewhere in your Steam install that you can open and you can just see what the AI is doing because Lua is very readable for human eyes. So that alone means that the AI is fairly simple because normally you shouldn't be able to read what an AI is doing at all, even if you see their processes. That stuff should be completely alien to you. If like especially if it's a more advanced self-learning AI, like machine learning usually includes letting the AI save data in the way they feel like, so it becomes completely incomprehensible to anything but the AI.
Yeah, and AI is a touchy subject for me because I am a huge fan. And Aztec, if you're in chat, you know what I'm about to say. I'm a huge fan of Total War. And Creative Assembly and its relationship with AI has been very, very, very difficult. Um, that game's AI teeters between absolutely incompetent and like outright just cheating. But yeah, like a game like that where it's kind of like you have to react to like again, it's a war game, and it's like, oh, I have cavalry. I'm going to flank the archers. So the AI has to react. It's like, oh, I'm going to put my spearmen there to block it. Yeah, they struggle with that. I know one of my first um, Total War games where I got really serious, because I've played them from the beginning, from like Shogun, like when they were like sprites. But with the one where I got really serious into modding and playing was Napoleon Total War or Empire, one of the two. Because I remember it's like line battles with muskets, and you would think the AI of that game would know how to shoot their muskets. No, they would continually shuffle around and try to get into better positions, and end up just not shooting, and essentially
That
just get
yeah.
wiped. I know Napoleon did it better because they got rid of the fire by line and they just did like the frontline fire, and they upped the reload rate, so they fired faster so they can get some volleys off. But especially in Empire, when it first came out, they would just kind of shuffle in front of you as you shot them.
Mm.
And I know the recent ones, the more like fantasy Warhammer ones have been a little better because fantasy, like, it's hard to mess up the AI of a dragon when all it needs to do is breathe fire at a bunch of dudes.
I don't know. I've seen Bethesda.
That is true. This is true. Oh,
Hey, listen, the Mothman fight is totally not the dragon fight from Skyrim.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
in Bethesda's defense, they did make the Dragon AI in 2011 or 12, and for its time, it's actually fairly good. Because making that thing fly the way it does, and landing attacks, and landing like properly on the floor, without clipping into everything as much as it does.
They did a really good job for the time. It is now
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah, nowadays it wouldn't fly. Ayo, joke. But for its time, it's actually very well executed. I have to give them that. It does run into the other thing that you often have when you start making more impressive or complex AIs. They get more complex and start eating up a lot of processing power or using a lot of scripts, and that might get other issues like your game starting to slow down. That's that can get quite nasty fast. Like especially Skyrim has a big save game bloating issue, or had that at least. I believe they actually fixed that one.
I don't know. I mean, is it Bethesda fixing? Because I played Starfield, and yeah.
And they occasionally fix something. Usually when they do like a big edition upgrade, like the what's it called again? The
Anniversary edition.
yeah, the one before that.
Oh, I don't know that.
But yeah, the anniversary as well.
The smart refrigerator edition. I don't know.
All right, I still have to buy that one.
Yeah, I'm just.
But yeah, no. AI is complicated business.
It definitely is.
But it's one of the most important bits of RTS, aside from balance. Balance is important for every game, but in RTS, if one of your factions becomes stronger than the others, then that basically ruins any competitive thing you might have going on. Because it's an older genre, the people are very insistent on it being a skill-based difference when you fight.
Mhm.
And if you lose that, people will drop your RTS game fast.
Yeah, I've seen a lot
Really
of RTS games recently that struggled because of the AI, and they just died down. They're promising, but yeah. So that's definitely important.
That's why a lot of RTS games also don't ever make a lot of factions to play. Like StarCraft was balanced to a T, and it only had 3 factions, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they could do that. Age of Empires is a little more crazy because they keep adding more different civilizations, but they partially solve that by giving a lot of civilizations a common unit core. Like, everyone in history has a spearman. So everyone gets to use that. That's a way to equalize. Same with an archer. Most civilizations have something to do with horses, though not all of them. Like Native Americans didn't have
Aztecs.
access to those.
Thank
So
God.
you needed to bring in units that fulfill the same role as cavalry, but aren't cavalry. They did that,
Jaguar
and
warriors
so on and so on.
running across the map at full speed.
Yeah, it's not always as realistic, but you need to find a compromise between gameplay and balance at that point.
Reality, yeah.
Yeah.
So you remember during the Magic conversation a little bit ago, Frax and Rain had no idea what was going on. That's kind of how I am right now. I know nothing about RTSs.
Well, as it so happens, I do have a free-to-play RTS game now that I know about. So when you drag me through Magic, I can drag you through an RTS.
All right.
Is it Beyond All Reason?
Yes.
Yes, it's free. It's funny. It's fun.
I mean, I have it. I have an RTS. I have a Warhammer Total War 2.
Oh yeah.
I don't have that one.
The
So-
Total War
I just-
Warhammer one.
So the Total War, they're technically an RTS, but not, because it's very unique because the actual campaign is turn-based, and then when
Yeah,
you
if
fight,
you
it becomes an RTS.
if you really
like-
go into
it's
the
like a cross
specific
between
definitions, if you really go into
and
the
RTS.
specific definitions, it's more like a real-time tactics game because you're more focusing on the battle-to-battle plan than the overall strategy of a match, which involves economy and workers and base building and that kind of stuff. That's what separates them for me anyway, there's no official definition because no one is going to regulate this or research this.
Okay, so see, that in and of itself shows that I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about because I don't even know the difference between an RTS and a real-time tactics game. So I
That
mean,
really
just
comes down to the difference between what is a strategy and what is a tactic, and that basically is the scale on which you are deciding.
So, so just think of it. Whereas one game is how quickly you can adapt on the fly with your building as you're playing, and the other one is more of planning and the makeup of the troops, so that when you do fight, you have a setup. So it's just different. It's
Yeah.
just a different style.
It's a subtle difference, honestly. And there's a lot of people who will call the Warhammer games real-time strategy, and they will have good arguments for that. So I'm not gonna die on that hill. I will fight on that hill because having the high ground is usually an advantage.
Okay, Anakin. I mean,
I'm
no,
just-
Obi-Wan.
I'm just gonna stick to my Souls games.
That's fair. I'm bad at those. I'm really bad at those. I don't have the reaction speeds.
Yeah, you also kind of said that you don't, you weren't really a fan of the fact that, what was it, that a lot of the lore was obscure, and that was a really interesting, point you brought up, because a lot of people like it for that reason. So it's really interesting that someone, for the reason where a lot of people are like, I hate the gameplay, but I love the lore. You were the opposite. You're like, oh, I don't want to look up a video on YouTube to understand what's happening.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. A lot of games do that, like hide a lot of lore in item descriptions or environmental notes or whatever, and that is fun. I do enjoy that being a thing,
software.
but I don't enjoy that being the only thing. Like going back to Baldur's Gate because it's my perfect game ever. They also hide a lot of lore in the item descriptions, in the books you can find all over the place, in the way the locales are built. Like, but they also have an actual story with NPCs going on, like an actual main plots that I can follow. And I missed that a lot in the Souls games. Especially, I played Elden Ring, and it felt like the story had already happened, and I was just running after it.
Yeah, because the story had already happened. You're playing in the aftermath.
Yeah, I want to play the story. So that's kind of my issue with it. I'm not saying it's a bad game for that. Far from it. I can see why people love those games. I really do. It's just not really my cup of tea in that regards. But
Matter of preference.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. It's not for everybody because for some people it's so difficult that they can't play. Some people just don't like the story. It's cool.
It's also difficult, but I can deal with that. I played Monster Hunter. It's not entirely the same combat system, but it is similar enough. I definitely do enjoy that. But yeah.
Yeah, see, I can't play Monster Hunter.
Oh, you don't play Monster Hunter? You said, Ovi?
I don't play Monster Hunter. I played the very first one on PlayStation 2, and that was my only time touching it.
I believe it has changed a lot since then, so maybe it's worth giving it a try if it's on sale sometime. But yeah.
Or what's on screen, the trailer that was dropped, I think yesterday or earlier today.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, for Wilds. That's true. They did announce a new one.
Yes. So.
What I'm already. Oh, sorry.
Isn't this game supposed to be kind of like in a medieval fantasy? And I've already seen two characters that look like they make TikToks.
The game setting is complicated. Let's just say.
So the easiest way to put it is, it's in the future.
That's a cop out.
Yeah, but look, Monster Hunter has a story, and the story is very, very honest about the fact that it exists because you need to hunt a monster. That's it. That's all it has to do. It strings together monster encounters in a way that somewhat makes sense, but they don't really pretend they're doing more than that. Like, you don't play it for the story. You play it because, hey, I want to fight that big old lizard, and I want to see the various ways in which it will try to kill me. Like those dogs.
I will say, the one thing I didn't like about Monster Hunter World that I am seeing is very different in Monster Hunter Wild. is that the Monster Hunter World weapons looked like just metal or bone weapons slapped on with like a feather, the few feathers or fur, like around the guard and the handle that were like, oh, that was the monster you killed. And it wasn't until like way later in the game that you started getting monster you like you were making your armor and your weapons from the legitimate pieces of the monster. And seeing this in wilds be different and actually like not just be like, oh, look, this is metal or bone, and then yeah, and it's got like some fur and feathers, and actually be like really cool designs
Hmm.
Mm.
is hey man, it's one of the big parts for me is like getting the new weapon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like,
And
Monster
looking
Hunter is a
and
gear grind
dripping
game,
out.
basically.
Yeah, you kill monster to get gear to kill bigger monster or stronger monster.
Yep.
So,
And
uh,
at some point, you see the most dangerous thing in the game, which is a normal-looking dragon. If it looks like a regular dragon, you know it's really strong.
Scary, very scary.
So the second that it stops having like 85 different styles of plate mail on its back,
Yeah. As if it's just a regular dragon, you should be afraid. You should be very afraid.
the simpler the design, the scarier the creature.
Yeah, that really is it. And it's funny how consistent that is. I see we got a sacrifice in chat.
we have our first sacrifice. Nice.
Blood!
What?
Yeah,
Blood god.
someone banned that. I'm not a mod, so I can do it.
I should make you one. That might be a
Yeah,
good thing to
probably.
do.
I demand blood!
You know, somebody brought up Warhammer.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
did.
game. I did. Okay. So did Melkor.
Yeah, but it's funny in this way.
There's a TTRPG, or it's a skirmisher game like 40k that I'm getting into called Trench Crusade.
Oh, I saw your stream of that. That was
Yeah,
super interesting.
it's the best way that I can describe it is if the Great Crusade lasted into World War One, but with hints of like 40k religious fantasy. So like the Knights Templar found a demonic artifact underneath Jerusalem, and with it they were possessed by greed and stuff like that, so they became the Heretic Legion, and now it's trench warfare in the Holy Land with swords and submachine guns and walking tanks
That does sound fun.
and Vatican space programs and things called artillery witches, which are just these women walking across no man's land with A-bombs floating behind them.
What is it called?
Trench Crusade. It is a skirmisher. It's a skirmish miniatures game akin to 40k, just in a dark Great Crusade World War One alt universe.
Oh, this looks really dope.
Yeah, it really does.
I'm doing lore readings on my stream. I'll have to pick that back up whenever I go back to streaming this month.
Yeah, you had a VOD of a lore reading up earlier, but I think it's timed out because I was gonna grab that. and
Yeah.
grab- Yeah, those are. That lore was really cool. I think. What did you said you wanted to see if you could make it so that you could just play one person instead of like an army?
Yeah, so I'm doing. I have access to the Dark Heresy Second Edition system
Yeah.
by Fantasy Flight, which is it's what Warhammer uses for you to go in, and instead of playing a army, you get to play a psyker or a guardsman or an adeptus, a sororitas or something like that.
Oh, okay.
and you get to play the individual character instead of the army, and you know, the Inquisitor has called you for here because you are, they want you to go do X on planet Y in so many days, or you'll be, you know, put to the sword or something like that. So I thought I could take that exact same concept with Trench Crusade and be like, you know, you four, we need you to go into a heretic legion camp and bring back this thing that the higher ups want you to get. So kind of the same thing that Gygax did with Chainmail. They took Lord of the Rings and said, "Hey, what if we play Chainmail, but instead of being the commander of an army, we're like wizards and rangers and elves and stuff."
Yeah, because that's I remember Chainmail being brought up with the original, which is really interesting. If we ever get into like the history of
Yeah.
like gaming or tabletop,
Mm-hmm.
so and then bring it all back. I mean, obviously one of the things I think that all of us share in common are tabletop games too. Because
Yes.
I kind of want to shoot this question around, and I'm going to start myself, and then kind of shoot it around, because again, it's kind of welcome to tabletop and gaming in general. Kind of what got us started, or what's the first thing we've done, or what game we played, or whatnot. So, I know back in, I would say it was around 2015, 2016, maybe 2015. I think when Critical Role started to get a little bigger, or started to like stream more often, I had a coworker who essentially was like, "Hey, I want to do a Dungeons and Dragons game. I want to actually run one." And so he got a couple of the people on my team, or the team that we're on, to kind of show up at his house and kind of play. We started up and we actually played just like a 5th edition campaign that was heavily inspired by Critical Role. Like most of his NPCs were just like the NPCs from Critical Role with like the like numbers filed off. You know, like it's like it's like, yeah, I want Critical Role. We have Critical Role at home, and it was very interesting because I never watched Critical Role at that point, and I really still haven't, other than like watching a couple of the episodes and some of the like the animated show. So we played that for a bit. I think probably like 2 months, and then he bought a bunch of books of like different systems, and we settled on, after, because it was like 4 or 5 of us plus him, we settled in on this one system called 7th Sea, and I probably told some of you guys about it, and we kind of fell in love with it in terms of the lore. The game itself is okay, but the lore was interesting. It's kind of like Renaissance Europe, but if every country had some sort of magical tick. So the world was kind of formed based off of that. That's the easiest way for me to describe it. So like anyone who was in Montaigne, which is like their version of France, their magic was that they could like use blood magic to open portals to teleport to different locations. Avalon,
Because
which
of course the French would use blood magic.
yeah.
Now they would use wine.
Avalon was glamour magic, which is basically you take on the aspect of one of the Knights of the Round Table, and you would get powers based off of which knight you took after. So everything from
cool.
like being like really strong or buffing your allies to like, you know, using fire magic or ice magic. There was the Russian equivalent, which essentially is you dedicate yourself to like Baba Yaga, or you know, like you dedicate yourself to that, and you get some sort of a deal. So you get like, oh, I can turn into a bear and I'm like a druid, but as long as I do certain things and appease her. One of my favorites was the equivalent to Poland, which essentially they had something that's known as like a deva, which basically was some sort of like a god or a devil that only they interacted with, and they would impart with them powers based off of what kind of a deva they were. So, for example, if it was like a deva of fire, they would let you like throw fireballs or control fire or something, but they always requested something. You had to do something. And in the book, it's fairly basic. It's just kind of like you raise your glass and toast the deva. When we ended up playing, because I ended up DMing it, because I volunteered to DM it, one of my friends was a character that had one, and he had a deva of knowledge. So he would use it because she would know a lot of stuff. I actually made her a character. And he would have to do like different things because she wanted to see the reaction. She wanted to see what would happen, for example, if he punched this really like snotty fancy noble's horse. Just right there. Just like punch the horse in the face. He was like super like protective of his horse and his status, and he asked her a question. She goes, "Oh, well, punch the horse in the face and I'll give you what you want." And she just wanted to see what would happen and how he would react. That's how she gained knowledge, by having people do things for her if she couldn't just read about it in a book. And it was like really interesting. I know the equivalent of Germany was basically Witcher, the Witcher games, which you had like signs and like mutagens and potions. So anyway, game was really interesting. It was really like narrative focused. And that got me into the whole DMing thing, because it was less about whether or not the players would fail or succeed, and more how they succeeded. Because the way it worked was you just grabbed a bunch of D10s based off of like your skill. So like say your dueling skill was 4 and your, agility was 4, that's 8 D10s that you would roll. And you would basically roll and you would make sets of 10. And the number of 10s you had, each 10 was a raise. And you essentially use the raise to basically kind of like, if I say, like, hey, that door is locked and the room's on fire, you're like, I spend the raise to unlock the door. Boom, door's unlocked. And then as a DM, I'm like, well, the fire's, catching up to you. I spend the raise to dodge out of the fire. At its bare minimum, that's how the game worked. So as a DM, I'm not rolling. I'm essentially setting up the scene and seeing how difficult something is beforehand. So I could change that from like, oh, that's just 2 raises, to I'm going to make it 3 raises for the fire, because the door's on fire as well. And he's on the other side of the room, so you have to kind of cross a room that's on fire. So you're going to have to spend 3 raises to get to the door, in my head as a DM. And then 1 raise to open the door. So it kind of created this whole like narrative back and forth that really helped me as a DM, kind of like, oh, D&D, this is easy. It's just like you succeed or fail, but I don't have to like think too hard. It's kind of like was my mindset. I didn't have to think as hard story-wise. And that's obviously underselling it, because you can work as hard as you want into presenting a story. It doesn't, you don't have to be held by the actual system itself. But yeah, that was kind of like my introduction to tabletop. And then after that, we stopped that, went to 5e, and then everybody just wanted to play 5e. They didn't want to play anything else. It's only recently that I got into Pathfinder, where I was actually able to find a group that wants to play it, and that's kind of my preferred system. I also really enjoy Lancer. I play this with most of you here, other than Ophi, which Ophi, we need to get you in that at some point.
Yep.
But yeah, and I'm enjoying Lancer because Lancer does a little bit of the Pathfinder and crunchy numbers, as well as kind of like that open-ended story from like 7C and Fate and those kind of games that I enjoyed. So that's kind of where I came from. So Ophi, if you want to start or follow up with that, or in terms of like where you got started with like tabletops, or where you came from in terms of that, I'd love to hear.
Oh boy. Okay. So everyone gather around the fire. Grandpa's gonna tell his story. Um. So my very first touching of a TTRPG was this. I was 13. It was the summer. It was the summer that I had turned 13. A friend of mine in my neighborhood found uh his dad's brown book basics, D&D basic, the three brown books.
Never
Um
even seen those.
yeah, in the shed, and we sat out on my front porch all that summer and learned is a really strong word. We kind of played like a chopped up like preteen version of Dungeons and Dragons. It was just kind of us going through the story of like Lord of the Rings or something like that, but as our own characters. And like, you know, instead of like going to Mount Doom, we were like, well, we'll be smart and we'll take the Eagles, and just doing all that plot
Yeah.
contrivance bull crap. Um, and then I went into high school, and I think around 15, I met some people that were playing 3.5. So I learned how to play 3.5, which is essentially Pathfinder 1. And that's where I made my Drow Elf Ash and my then Witch Hunter Acanthus, and they were my 3.5 characters. And we went from that into um Shadowrun whenever 4th edition came out. So as soon as the Apocalypse Stone module came out for 3.5, we switched to Shadowrun 2nd edition. I played I played a Street Sam elf named Wolf, and whenever 5th edition came out, we switched into that. We were already out of high school by that point. But in between that, I played some Vampire the Masquerade. I LARPed Vampire the Masquerade.
Nice.
Yeah, I LARPed Vampire the Masquerade. I went to some fantasy LARPs too before COVID hit. As far as cards in tabletop, I started where most people do, and that's Yu-Gi-Oh! I collected Pokemon. I never learned how to play it. And then I used Magic as a coping mechanism for whenever my grandmother passed away in 2015. So uh, the Magic plane of Innistrad, and all the nightmarish, um, what is it? The zombies and vampires and werewolves, oh my,
Oh
of
my.
Innistrad helped me cope with the passing. So yeah, that's kind of my TTRPG um, timeline. I spent a lot of time DMing and playing 5th edition for the 10 years that it was out. And much like you, whenever I found 2nd edition Pathfinder, I was like, okay, this is just what I want to do now.
Yeah, yeah. That's. I mean, there's both. I mean, both systems are great, but yeah, it's. Sometimes you fall into a system. Some people play like I know people that still play 3.5, and that's just their go-to.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm. That's fair and valid.
I know some people who still play 2nd edition AD&D every week. They've played it every week since they got their hands on it in the 80s.
that's
And
And
that
if that's
is,
what you like,
I mean, yeah, that's commitment.
yeah.
I mean, if it's not broke, don't need to fix it, and if it works for them, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's I saw
Yeah.
I think it was an article or a YouTube video of this guy who has like the longest running like tabletop game, and he has this like his entire basement that's set up, and he has like,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
forget the name of it. I might try to find that video at some point, but it's
It's
really interesting.
yeah, but it's a 2nd edition game.
Is that the one he's running as a second edition?
I think so. Second edition AD&D, which most people just think second edition and AD&D are the same thing. They kind of are.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, I think it's an AD&D game.
Yeah, it's a 40-year-old game. It's been going on for 40 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, he's the person that has had his kids grow up in it, and people transfer out. It's almost like have you ever seen like General Hospital or whatever? You know how it just keeps going and they just rotate out the actors. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, Young and the Restless.
Yeah, yeah. So it's
Yeah.
it's nutty. So, but yeah, no, thanks for sharing. It's awesome. It's always awesome to hear someone else's perspective. Moving towards our resident Meld. Tell us a little bit about where you got started.
I got started on TTRPGs. It was more of just like an outsider looking in, right? That's really where I got. That's really where I found like the curiosity. Where I would go to like Barnes Noble, pick up a book, and I was like, "Oh, this is really cool. This is like, you know, this is stuff for a system that I don't even know." But just sitting down and reading for a little bit. I mean, like, this is really neat. But always like kind of like on the outside looking in, and kind of always wanting to do it, but not having any friends who really were really interested in doing it, and also like doing it consistently, right?
Yeah.
And so, and usually kind of getting like laughed out, kind of like bringing it up and being like, yeah, wouldn't that be cool, guys? And everyone else being kind of not about it, or thinking it's really lame.
Are you a nerd?
I mean, not even like a nerd. It was like my friends were nerds. It's just they were like, no, I don't LARP and I don't do D&D, and it's just like, okay, you just play video games or you read
All
comics. Like I guess that's fine, but like. But even then, my friend group had that stigma about that, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep quiet about this, I guess. And then I watched Critical Role when it was airing the first season. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting. Find it that and just watch that and kind of like lived, like listened and lived vicariously through them, and enjoying the story that's being told, and like learning a lot about 5e just through osmosis, right? Just picking up on what is being put down by Matt. And then it wasn't too long after that where I had a very serious falling out with a friend. With a friend, actually, I would have said that would have been the only time, but this is the second time that had ever happened, and that one was the first, and I was very upset. And my friend was like, "Hey, man, what do you want to do?" Like, and one of my friends hung out with me and was like, "Let's get your mind off of this. Let's do something." And I was like, "Yeah, there's." And he's like, "What have you been wanting to do?" And I was like, "I really want to play." It just came to me. I was just like, "I really want to play some sort of like TTRPG," and I thought that would be really fun. And he's like, "Let's do that this week." And so I had a few books on hand that I just had never played, and I was like, and the one I found really interesting at the time was Numenera by Monty Cook.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was like, yeah, and it's basically a it's less it's like for anyone who knows about Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is technically a futuristic setting, right? But it's medieval, right? And everyone else is like, and it's got apocalypse, and people have been living medieval for a very, very, very long time. Like, you know what I mean? But there's still these remnants of this like, of these like this older civilization that's just everywhere, and that is Numenera, except for that happened like 9 different times or 8 different times, and you're on the 9th one now, and basically like it's Earth, but it's essentially unrecognizable from what it used to be millions of years ago. And there's just technology like littered everywhere, and people kind of have a vague idea what it does, but don't know its actual uses, and they use it in different ways. Like, for example, like the book gives an example of like, oh yeah, someone might have found like this device that heats things up really quickly, uses it like pushes out hot air and it can like set things on fire. It was just an industrial hair dryer at one point in the past, and they just don't know. They just don't know, but they use it in a different way from what it was meant to be used for, right? And it was a very like less DM do math and stuff like that game system, and more of like a hey, here's a chart of like what successes look like, and players didn't roll damage, they just did average damage, right? They rolled to hit, but they never actually did like, oh, I'm gonna roll for damage. It's like, no, you have a flat damage number that you'll do consistently over and over and over again. And then they had abilities that would allow them to do like special stuff and stuff like that. But it wasn't like the abilities were only used like once per day. A lot of them you could continuously use because it was like part of who your character was. Like my friend, he played one of them played a mushroom, like a mushroom person. And he essentially was like the best way I can describe it is a magic caster, but like the magic casting in that setting, it doesn't come from magic. It's literally just from like technology, but it's just so advanced that it kind of looks
Might
like
as well
magic.
be.
Might as well be at that point, right?
Like any sufficiently advanced technology, yada yada.
Yada yada yada. And then my other friend played a person who was like basically kind of like Magneto, but it was kind of like a lone gunslinger, and like how he had like an old relic like slugger that would like take any form of anything. He could shove anything into the back of the gun, and it would convert it into ammo. And then he would use like his like ability to control magnetism with like metal and like
Okay.
change the trajectory of the bullets and do crazy shit like that. And
That is cool.
yeah, it's really, really cool. And the cipher system is really interesting, where basically you give players items and they're expected to use them consistently because you're always going to find new ciphers, right?
That's actually the name of the system that
yeah,
came up.
the cipher system. Yeah.
The cipher system, which is like the system agnostic, kind of like the Savage Worlds of the Monty Cook Numenera system, which is really interesting. I've always wanted to get into that. So
yeah, it's a very, very, very interesting setting. It's very alien. It's written very alien, and it's got a lot of different things on its sleeves. But basically, I DM'd that for my friends because I was the only one who really knew anything. And we were at my friend's house in his room, and we were doing it. We did like probably like 5 sessions, and then he was like, hey man, you wanna like, he's like, I'm on a server where we play D&D, and it's like a West Marches, do you want to join? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I had initially told him no a few times before, but I had finally like gotten into it and really, really enjoyed it. And I played as a player for about like 4 or 5 sessions, and then one of the DMs for one of the parts of the West Marches was like, yeah, I can't run like 2 different games at the same time and do all this shit. And one of my friends basically was just like, I was like, oh, I think I would enjoy DMing. I've DM'd a tiny bit. And then they literally went to them and was like, he wants to DM. He wants to do it. He wants to do it. And I was like, oh shit! Literally thrust into the chair, and everyone was like, all right, what are you doing? And I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean?
You said the words.
You said the words for free.
We're free. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I cursed.
You know what's kind of sad. You know what's kind of funny? That sort of not what happened with our Lancer group that we do every week, but it's like I want to DM something. I'm like, cool. I get to play for a bit. So it's kind of funny that it worked out like that. So
yeah, and then I got to play for like 5 sessions, then I DM for the rest of the time, and I was chained to the chair, and then I've been doing that ever since. And that was a lot of fun, and then I've just had a general interest in TTRPGs and just different systems and how they approach things, like Blades in the Dark or the Expanse series, or Lancer, as we kind of keep on hinting at, and and all these different systems to kind of bring out a different idea and how they want to approach it, being either less less on the mechanics and more on the role play, or more on the mechanics and less on the role play. Both of which there's amazing aspects to every single one of them, and all the worlds are absolutely just very 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 intriguing. So besides that, got into PF2E because I was metaphorically held at gunpoint and told that I was like, hey, we all kind of want to do this, and I was like, I guess I have to learn PF2E. And I was pretty resistant about it, and being that the meme of the dog with like the face like being pulled on the leashes, like I don't want to move.
Yeah.
I was that. And then I ended up loving it. I was like, damn, this is actually a really comprehensive, very thoughtful system, and then been running PF2E ever since, and it's kept on getting better because Paizo keeps on releasing stuff. Unlike 5e, where 5e has 13 classes, Paizo has 26 classes now.
How
They
many
look a lot.
subclasses do they have?
So you can't count that number. It just keeps on growing.
Well,
The answer's yes.
if there's 26 classes, each class has 4 to 5, so we'll ballpark it and say 5. 25 times 5 is
125.
125.
there you go.
Well, it's the thing is the archetypes are your subclasses. There aren't really subclasses in 2e. So
That's
it's
an optional rule
Well,
that everyone
it-
uses, but
Well,
yeah.
Well, there are kind of archetypes. Like you can say, hey, I'm going to be a rogue. I'm going to be a thief rogue, or I'm going to be whatever the one that uses strength. There are
Yeah,
sort of,
I'm just being a shitter.
kind of there are like play styles that they kind of want to push you towards, but it's not like so different like 5e, where it's like I want to be an Echo Knight fighter and I want to be a Blade Master fighter. It's like those two are wildly different, but again, they still have like the underlying core identity of fighter, whereas like this is like I want to be a fighter who uses pole arms really fucking well, and it's like okay, cool. I want to be a fighter who wants to use bows really well, right? And same thing for like casting. It's like I want to do elemental magic. I want to do occult magic. I want to do primal, or I want to focus on this inside primal. I want to focus on specifically fire. And yeah, it's been interesting. But also archetypes are not an optional rule. They are a rule in the game. It's the free archetype feature that is the optional rule.
Yeah, I know,
uses.
but if it's taking your class slots, it might as well be.
Yeah, it might as well
a
be.
subclass.
You're right. It might as well be. And then I wanted to play Lancer and always wanted to do that. And
we could.
I was like, man, I really want to
Lancer talk for like multiple hours, and we might.
Oh yeah.
We might get into that in a future where we break down more of the systems. But yeah.
The TLDR for that is just that I wanted to play it and I wanted to trick people into playing into really really liking it, and then I could step away from being a DM, and then someone else could. And
don't worry, I got you.
Let me know. Let me know whenever you want to do the Lancer the Lancer cast, and I'll make sure to stream AC6 so you can put it on in the background.
Yeah, that'd be actually a cool idea.
And that's where we are now.
And I definitely want to get into DMing it again. I really enjoyed DMing. I also enjoyed it. We did a Saturday game. I think it was Aztec was there for a little bit of it. I had Faz. I had Gruda. That was really fun time. Artsy. So it's a really cool system. So, all right, man. Well, thank you for the rundown of your history. It's good to know where the dark mind
Sorry if
of
it
the
was a little
guy trying to kill me every Tuesday comes from. So
hey.
So, no, you're fine. You're fine. It's good. All right. Last but not least, the Lord of Cheese.
So when it's me, it's not least, but when it's yourself, you call yourself least.
Yeah.
How dare?
How dare?
I got into TTRPGs through roleplay, actually. Like, through my history with gaming in general, I got into role-playing games and into MMOs. And on MMOs, I started doing role playing just because I was mostly on RuneScape. There happened to be a role playing world like designated, so you just jumped in there, and started interacting with people, and was like, oh, this is actually fun to do. And through that, I met a lot of people, some of which I kept contact with outside of the game, and that was on Skype then, and we just continued role playing there, and we kind of started making up our own ways to resolve conflicts in there. So naturally, we went for dice because that's what D&D did. It's like, yeah, we'll roll d20, that works. And for damage, we just kind of agreed on flat damage. It was actually kind of close to what you described with the Numenor system.
Numenera.
Um, yeah,
Numenera, yeah.
kept doing that for quite a while until 2020, basically. When we actually did try D&D 5th edition for the first time. So in that regard, I'm actually fairly recent. Well, it's been 4 years now, so not that fairly recent, but whatever. But for most of my TTRPG career, I didn't touch any actual existing TTRPGs. Aside from that, yeah. So I got into 5th edition that way. At some point, I wanted to get art for my character, and I got involved with art service. Met a lot of cool people there, like the people on this very stream. And that kind of got me into the TTRPG community as a whole, because at some point you just go, hey, this Pathfinder thing everyone is talking about might be cool, and someone starting a game, so yeah, let's give it a go. Oh, turns out Pathfinder 2nd edition is cool. Alright. And then later on someone says, hey, Frax, listen closely. Giant robots. And I just say yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Corey.
Hello, Corey. Corey is amazing. She's
Hello.
I just mentioning the art, and it summons the artist because Corey is the first person I commissioned. And it's through her that I got into all of these communities. Because at the time, she wasn't a VTuber yet. She is now, and she's very cool. Check her out. I don't know how to do shoutouts in this.
I have to set up those commands, and that's something that we will put on the docket on the
Yeah.
Workspace to make sure we have those set up in place.
Yeah, and while I was commissioning Corey, she told me about her VTuber plans, and I was like, cool, I'll jump into that. And so I did.
You know,
And now I am here. You're stuck with me. I'm not leaving.
yeah. Well, I for one am glad that you're sticking around. So, because yeah, Corey was also my first like actual commission. So it was a lot of fun. She was also not so much an art mom, but now she is because she actually did the redesign of my win, and she also is the art mom of Adira, which is another one of my characters. So this is like really cool to see. But yeah,
Corey's my model mama.
model mama.
Mm-hmm.
The first ever art I got commissioned was from a Ukrainian artist, and I've messaged them, but there is no message. I haven't gotten a message back.
Oh.
So yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Well, all we can hope is for the best because I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the world and it's very scary. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, thank you, Frax, for that breakdown. It's interesting to know where the Lord of Cheese had originated from. Speaking of that, it was really interesting. You mentioned MMOs. Yeah, one of the games that I played back in the day was City of Heroes, and in that game they had a mechanic. So they had revitalized it recently, but in that game they had a mechanic where you like typed in an email and it rolled a d6. So I actually used. I'm also going to put some Corey stuff in the background because Corey. Also, being a cat was funny. If you haven't checked her out already, please check her out. She's amazing.
Yes, if you're not subscribed to
Indeed.
Mama Core, if you're not following her, if you're not commissioning her, do it.
We here at the ATH podcast support our art mom, both her and again Artsy as well. Artsy's in the chat. She's
Yes.
also the art mom for our little reactables here.
Yes.
But back to the thing. So it has a thing where you roll a d6. So I actually would DM in that game because that game had a lot of costumes and you could actually make your own maps. And I could actually use that game to DM a bit. And I would have them. I would roll a d6 and then they would roll a d6, and it would be 2d6. And I would actually run the powered by the apocalypse style system, where it's like 6 or lower is a failure, 7 to 9 is a partial success, and 10 plus is a success. And I actually used that for the longest time to do a lot of like RP events in that game because it worked out. You rolling 2d6, so I roll 1 and they roll 1, and it just kind of worked out, and it was a lot of fun. So when you mentioned like our role playing on the servers, I did just normal role playing, but I also kind of started to do like systems as well, which is really fun to see, fun to do as well. So
I didn't do anything like that extensive. My role play MMO was Neverwinter, the D&D MMO.
oh, yeah, that game was okay.
Yeah, it was fun. I loved it.
Let me up my gain a bit. Sorry, I'm a little low. That should be a little better now, hopefully.
I need to go back and re-download it and play it again.
It's fun. It's another one of those games where the monetization and stuff has made some changes to it, but again, that's just a normal trend with a lot of free to play. So it just happens to be like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know the details. It'd be really cool to kind of maybe do a rundown at some point to kind of see where a lot of these older games are or whatnot. I would love to introduce people to like City of Heroes or whatever. And most of you guys know I'm always introducing people to games because I have an obsession with just trying games out. And as our dear friend Core has mentioned, and he has said it multiple times, if I tell you a game, also be prepared to download a mod list because it usually comes with a mod list as well. So, yeah.
Modding the game is part of the fun, in my opinion.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's because of modding that I streamed so much BG3 whenever I did.
you learned that so quickly. I was impressed.
I thank you.
So, now to kind of piggyback off this whole everyone's introduction to, one of the things I wanted to talk about for a little bit of time, and I know Ophi, I believe you have to leave fairly soon.
Yeah, within like the next 6 minutes.
Okay. One of the things I did want to talk about is how to get into the hobby, or how to find the hobby, or what are like tips that helped you out, or someone who might be wanting to get into it. I know a lot of people who are watching probably already play, and this is also going to be specific to the DMs and what helped them out, and just kind of have like a little bit of an open discussion. So this is going to be more or less of us talking and more of us kind of just going over some ideas of what's helped us out, and just kind of have a little bit of a talk about that before we go from there. So, I know for a fact what really helped me out. As much as I trash talk 5e in a friendly way, I actually enjoy the game, but as much as I don't really DM it anymore, honestly, playing and DMing it helped me wrap my head around the concept of a D20 system. Because before I started playing it, I played the old Baldur's Gate games. I never understood when a weapon said it does D8 damage. I never understood what that meant.
I gotta step away for just a second.
Yeah, I just thought it did like 8 damage, like I don't know, like 8 dick damage or something. I don't know what it meant. So
It does date damage.
yeah,
8D.
So it was like I had no clue, and so actually sitting down and playing 5e kind of helped me understand it, and then being thrust into the 7C, where she was like, okay, now that you have mechanics down, now forget everything and just make things up. And so it was a really unique experience for me. So I definitely, I mean, if anyone is getting into playing or even DMing for the first time, uh, there are a lot of like just 5e is pretty good for getting into it, or watching like Critical Role, or watching some of the people who play through. Um, I really, though, am a big, huge fan of like Pathfinder Second Edition because all the rules are free, and Path Builder is a great tool that I've used. So, if no one here has ever played Pathfinder Second Edition, go to Path Builder 2e, and you can just build a character, and all the rules are there, and it just walks you through the process, and it's so good. I think me and Frax spent so much time when we were making characters for our one campaign that it was
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
I needed Bad Builder to understand the system, because if you just go to
Same.
the fairly well-known rule depository for it, like the Archives of Nethys, it just throws you right into it. It gives you all the information, and if you like, even coming from 5e, it's a lot. It's a lot of information, and you don't quite get it at first. So I can't imagine doing that as a completely new player to TTRPGs, honestly. But yeah, like Raid said, that's where 5e comes in, because 5e's biggest grace is that it is a very good starter TTRPG. It's very accessible, it's very understandable. It can be as complicated as you want to make it,
Yeah.
and that's really how you get people started with a TTRPG, and after that you can go further. Although in Lance's defense, it's actually also very simple. Might actually be a good one to get people started as well.
Oh yeah, I was
Uh,
surprised how quickly I jumped into Lancer. Oh, sorry, Alfred.
Yeah.
I was gonna say 5e is 5e is kind of like like the the sweet tea of tabletops.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about the rest of the country, but down here, every house there's always a gallon pitcher of sweet tea in the fridge. You always have sweet tea. Like, you can have nothing else in your house. You're always going to have tea bags, sugar, and water. So I mean, everyone has 5th edition.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's
If they don't have it, the basic rules are free, not the entire thing, but you kind of don't want to get people started with the entire thing anyway.
no.
Yeah,
So it's
that
not
is
too
true.
much of a issue,
Now that
and the rest is easy enough to find afterwards.
now that was an interesting thing. I remember you brought that up this month, Frax. One of the news articles that we had was about like the SRD or something adding the new rules. Or I mean, I have not looked
Yeah.
into that on purpose because I'm waiting. I was like, let me see if these fools can teach my derpy head what's going on with that.
So 5e is what they call the Systems Reference Document, the SRD, and that is basically the core set of game mechanics that are free to use by anyone and anything. So if you are a person who wants to make something based on D&D or for D&D, like your own expansion to it, you can refer to anything in the Systems Reference Document, and that's okay. That's just fine. So what's not in there are like a few copyrighted things, like specific
monsters.
monsters. Yeah,
Mhm. Or
but anything
story or
mechanic.
pictures.
Yeah, exactly. But anything mechanics will be in there and is free to use. So what they did recently was they are making a revision of 5th edition. It's not a completely new edition, but it adds a few new mechanics. It cleans up the rules a bit, redoes a lot of the classes, and people were kind of worried that they would not make that free, that they would sell it to you. But they said that no, we're putting it all in the system preference document, and we're releasing that under Creative Commons as a license so that they can't go back on that promise afterwards.
Yeah, I just posted in our open chat in voice chat a write up by our one of our writers, Solzy, about the SRD announcement. that has some information. I just posted it. I haven't really looked at it because, again, I'm kind of like talking to you guys to kind of get a better grasp of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt someone was talking there.
That was pretty much done.
I mean, it's them not going back on it is not 100% because they already went back on the SRD to begin with, even though it was already written in as a contract. I think literally by Gary Gygax, saying that this is like stuff that like cannot be changed. It has to be free. It has to be usable for everyone, so that there can be iteration and exploration of ideas, themes, and mechanics and stuff like that. And they went against that, and that still was a legally binding document.
So
right? And they were like,
what happened there was the original document, the open game license, is a custom license, and they exploited some of the wording in there that was not made up by a lawyer to be able to change it, which is not supposed to be the thing indeed. And that was a big drama. There was a lot of backlash against that. So what they did now is they moved the systems reference documents to the Creative Commons license, which is a nicely established independent license that they can't modify ever.
Okay.
They can hire the best lawyers. That thing is watertight.
I'm still a big fan of the Orc license by Paizo.
Yeah, that will fulfill a similar purpose specifically for TTRPGs.
Yeah.
Where they will also hand it over to an independent organization so that they can't modify it either.
Yep.
So it's same principle but more on theme,
Yeah.
It's definitely a based move by them. It's kind of like just kind of, hey, here it is. This is what's available. We're gonna do it better than what Wizard of the Coast was doing, and lead by example. Because oftentimes you see a company do something, and then others are like, "Oh, well, that's kind of crappy," and then they're like, "Well, anyway," and they don't really do anything. Paizo put their foot down and said, "You know what? We're gonna do something," and that was cool to see. That was really cool to see. And might be part of my bias why I think they are a fantastic company to work and deal with.
They're definitely a step higher, but doing better than Hasbro is not really.
It's not very hard. The bar is very, very, very low.
Yeah, I do better than Hasbro whenever I wake up in the morning.
Yeah,
I will say Paizo has been doing a lot better about a lot of other things that most companies would just either do fan service is like the weird way to say it, but for the LGBT plus community, they are like, yeah, we're not taking down our Twitter banner that has the pride flag on it. Like you can't make us. Or the fact that they took Archives and Ethos and were like, yeah, this is an official source now for us that everyone can use, and we will. And they even reference it, Archives and Ethos, on their website whenever they're talking about specific information and stuff like that. That's a direct built-in link.
Yeah,
and a bunch of things, and Archives and Ethos isn't first-party stuff. It's a few dudes just plugging in information.
Yep.
Yeah. That is one thing that I want to give Paizo is the fact that everything that you need to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition or Pathfinder 1st Edition or Starfinder 1st Edition, you can get off the archives for free.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Paizo is willingly saying, hey, if you want to play our game, here's all the information you need to do so, down to the letter. But if you want to, get the book and look at all the pretty artwork, then grab the book from us.
Mm-hmm.
But everything in the book is on archives.
Yeah, they make a lot more of their money also from selling adventure parts, like the pre-made adventure modules that the DM can run. That Wizards of the Coast does release adventure modules every now and then, but not by far as often as Paizo.
Well, also, Wizards of the Coast doesn't even make the same amount of money, too. Even if they were to release more, the metrics that have been shown, more people have seemed to be interested in what Paizo wants to release, right? because Paizo just doesn't just focus on one type of game style. And they also create very, not to say that the other stuff from 5e has been not interesting. It's just not been up my alley. And seeing the stuff from Paizo that's been released has been very, very, very interesting. And they've done different level increments. Like some of them are 11 to 20, some of them are 11 to 18, some of them are 1 through 5. You know,
That's been
it's
a
good to
very
see the
common
variety.
complaint about 5e. It's also because 5e was not very well made for like the higher levels. That's one of the
Yeah.
things they're trying to change with the remaster. In how far that succeeds, it's hard to tell at the moment because we don't have the full picture yet. Class-wise, yeah, everything does seem to scale better at higher levels that they have released so far. But a part of that is the monster rework, which we don't know yet, and the DM
Yeah,
the
I think
DM tools rework,
I
which
think that's
is
in
half of
February.
that.
It's supposed to be in February of 2025 for the monster.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know the exact dates, but it's gonna come after the player-facing release. Yeah,
Yeah. And
which
this is
is
already
definitely
after,
a decision.
and this is already after Paizo had very quickly and very decisively had put out there after the whole SRD debacle when it initially kicked off. They decided to just re-release their stuff and make it as far away as possible from Wizards, which I mean, and like Hasbro and them trying to get sued. And this, I mean, thanks to Hasbro, we have a bunch of new systems coming out because of Hasbro being greedy.
There's that
Now we have,
positive spin that the ATH loves.
yeah, yeah. The good thing about that is like, yeah, they disliked that, people disliked it so deeply and so personally that a lot of the communities that make third party stuff for 5e were like, we're just gonna do our own thing from here on out. And yeah, we might release some 5e stuff here and there, but we're doing our own thing now. And you got a lot of really people who have already been, who are like top name brands, like Cobalt Press is like one of the big third party people, or MCDM is one of the big third party people, and so on and so forth, that are making their own entire system. Or again, Matt Mercer making his own system as well, that's completely different or even slightly different, but so far away from the SRD stuff that they won't be sued. And thanks to that, we get a lot of these new systems that are going to be coming out here soon.
Yeah.
In the end, that's how we got Pathfinder in the first place. Just like the time they did this kind of drama.
Yeah, the Paizo originally wrote Dragon Magazine during 4th edition, and a lot of or late 3.5 4th edition, and some drama went on, and they're like, well, you know, we're gonna just go do our own thing with all the stuff that we've been telling you should do, but you're not, so we're gonna go do it.
Yeah.
That's it's interesting how history repeats itself in a sense. So.
Yeah, it's just we got a bigger wave this time than just one company.
There's a lot more people involved now too, because
that,
between last time and now, D&D grew exponentially thanks to the
It
efforts of the streams like Critical Role, thanks to Stranger Things, thanks to the games that are releasing that are popular now about D&D. It's become a way more common thing. Like a lot of people play D&D now, and a lot of people got caught in the controversy, and a lot of people go from D&D to other systems now. So
yeah, it's interesting because
for the hobby, it's a golden time actually.
Yeah, I have a shirt that has like a bunch of the polyhedrals, and it's like, I'll choose your weapon, and it's just like, there's like different polyhedrals, and for a while, I had a shirt like that before, and people were like, "Oh, what do you gamble? What do you do?" And then now people are like, "It's like, oh, you play that Dungeons and Dragons thing," like people that I wouldn't expect, kind of like now they see or at least heard of it, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's more
pop culture.
More so than it was in the 80s, whenever it originally became more of a thing. D&D and tabletops in general have entered our lexicon and our zeitgeist. It's something that we won't be able to escape now.
Yep.
Wouldn't want
And
to
that just
either.
means it's, and yeah, I mean, same. And that's just gonna push it, right? And that's the great part is now that it's in pop culture, now it's in the zeitgeist, we're gonna start seeing more and more and more people try to take their, try to do their own spin on
Mhm.
it and try to release their own thing. And we'll get some, I8 ones. We'll get some probably ones people won't play, and then we'll get some good ones, and even some absolutely fantastic ones. And I'm really excited to see what comes out of this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Going forward.
there will be a game that will dethrone Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder. It just hasn't been made yet.
Yep.
There will be
Absolutely.
an MMO that will dethrone World of Warcraft.
It
Nah,
just
the
hasn't
only
been made.
MMO that will dethrone World of Warcraft is World of Warcraft itself.
Um,
One day Blizzard will make such a big mistake. They got
one
close
day,
last time.
one day.
I don't know, man. Final Fantasy 14's been growing for forever.
Yeah, they still don't have the numbers.
Oh, do they not? Oh, damn.
No, it's not even close because it's not even because Final Fantasy is doing bad or anything. World of Warcraft is just ancient and huge, and
Yeah,
even with
I
the
guess.
debacle that was Shadowlands, they still have a lot of players, and they got a lot of them back because the newest expansion is actually very good and a return to form and a change in development and gameplay philosophy that is
It's just,
very welcome. So
it's
they
just,
got that footing back.
it's comfort food. It's like it's just like this is something that's comfortable. It works. It may not be the best or whatever. You may have an opinion on it, but it just again it works in the way that people understand it and they enjoy it. So I can respect that. But going back to the whole like Hasbro fumbling the whole the OGL thing, I see another positive of the fact that it's also opened up people's eyes to the various different systems, not just Pathfinder. Because yes, Pathfinder is one of the more closely related ones, but I've heard more talk of people talking Shadowrun, people talking Blades in the Dark, people talking about
Morkborg.
Lancer, yeah, Morkborg, all sorts of like different systems. Like they're just coming out of the woodwork, and they've always been there. But now people are like, maybe I don't want to play another 5e game. What's out there? And you see that a lot of people are actually starting to kind of leave the nest and poke their fingers in different systems, and that's a really nice thing to see. I mean,
Learned
oh, go ahead.
learned from Runia DeWitch that you can now play Shadowrun with the Savage World system.
What? Okay, Savage Worlds. I love Savage Worlds, and I need to play it. And I
You
always,
can
I,
you can
okay.
you can now do Shadowrun through Savage Worlds. There's a lot of Pathfinder adventures you can do through Savage Worlds, and I believe there's some 5e adventures you can do through Savage Worlds now as well.
Yeah, I believe Pathfinder actually was releasing stuff for Savage Worlds. There's like Savage Pathfinder or something, which is
Yeah,
like
and-
really cool to see that they just straight up did that.
In fact, for those who don't know, the Kingmaker CRPG was actually the classes and the way that you play. You're not playing actual Pathfinder 1e, you're playing Savage Pathfinder.
After this asking what Savage Worlds is,
Savage Worlds is a system agnostic system. Essentially, what that means is it's a gameplay system that can be played with any setting, technically off base. So you can do fantasy, you can do future, you can do World War II, whatnot. There are a lot of supplements for it that kind of go into details, like Deadlands and other things like that. But it's essentially its own system. It runs off of like you have different dice, and your skill increases the dice that you roll, and you have to hit a specific number, which is generally 4. And
Yeah.
there's a bit more to it, but it's essentially its own like system. So if you ever get an opportunity to look up a video on Savage Worlds, it's really cool. It has one of the cooler mechanics that I really enjoy with like, for example, weapon like exploding dice, weapons. For example, like you roll a 4 on a d4, you can roll again and add that. Whereas like a big battle axe that's like rolling a d12 or something, yeah, you do more damage overall, but the dagger sometimes you'll crit more because you have a d4 and a d4. So there's like, it kind of has like these interesting balances that I really enjoy. But yeah, and there's a lot of systems that are based off of Savage Worlds. So.
Like Warhammer Fantasy, you brought up exploding dice. Warhammer Fantasy uses the exploding dice.
Oh no, rifts.
So if you,
Rifts.
so if you roll max on your d10s in Warhammer Fantasy, you're going to explode, and you roll your damage again. And if you do it again, you continue to do it until your dice until your dice stop exploding.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I just saw Rifts was a part of the Savage Worlds, and that Rifts scares me. As a DM, Rift and as a player scares me.
Is Rifts the one, or is Fatal the one where you roll for a certain circumference?
No,
I
that's
have
Fatal.
no.
That's Fatal.
Let's not talk about Fatal.
Let's not talk about that here. But yes.
All I know about Rifts is that Rifts is the yes type of system. You want to be a Hydra that's from the future that has a mech and stuff like that. Yeah, it's all there. It's all there. Like you name it, it's got it. And it's surprising to see that still around.
I will.
As far as where to start, I don't think Rifts. I think there might be a free version of not Rift, sorry, of Savage World somewhere in SRD. If you look up, just let me see if I can find the actual site. But I believe they have like the a version of it that you can try out, like an SRD.
Oh shoot! I didn't know that. Okay. One of my parents' friends, or a friend of the family, he's very close to someone who actually released something for Savage Worlds. That's crazy. He released a superhero supplement.
Huh.
Oh, that's cool.
That's awesome. I used to play Magic with a guy whose mother worked for TSR during the Ravenloft era.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That is a
link.
That's a link to the Pinnacle Entertainment Group, which has Savage Worlds. There's some products on there, including I believe a test drive. If you just kind of search through it, or just read through it, it's an interesting ride because there's a lot of options. There's a lot of really cool stuff in there. So
yeah,
go ahead. Ophi.
Yeah, like Mook said, it's a generalized role-playing game. Like GURPS is called the generic universal role-play system.
Yeah.
You could kind of look at Savage Worlds as the generalized universal role-playing system.
Now, the thing about Savage Worlds compared to other systems is Savage Worlds is a bit more, and it's in the name, it's a bit more pulp. It's a bit more punchy. So things happen. Things escalate quickly in Savage Worlds. You could essentially just walk up to someone and your dice explode and you just blow up the boss in one hit. Or you get blown up in one hit. So doesn't happen all the time. It's not something like, oh, is that always gonna? That sucks. But it happens enough where it's kind of a meme at this point. So
that's one of the things I value about Lancer. That kind of thing is very hard
to get off. I gotta kick out of here.
See you, Ophi.
Thank you for letting me on the podcast.
Thank you, Ophi.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Mm-hmm. Always enjoy your company.
Check out Ophi at twitch.tv/sistermortis. Somebody can always plug that in there for you, but yes, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you. Enjoy the rest of your
as well.
day.
I'm gonna try to. I gotta go work at some point today. What was I gonna say? Yeah, whenever you want to do the Lancer thing, let me know so I can stream some AC6 like a few days prior.
Yeah.
You gonna get a Seraphim mods?
I might. You'll have to show me how to mod. Somebody will have to show me how to mod Lancer.
I got you, fam.
Not Lancer. Someone will have to show me how to mod AC. But yeah, we can do all that.
I got you for that too.
I appreciate you.
What a surprise.
Yeah. But
Yes.
y'all have a good one. Hope the rest of the podcast goes well. Voy.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye. And then there were 3.
And then there were 3.
That's okay. I am so incredibly funny that I can keep this up. That was the joke by itself.
I'm not saying no.
I'm
not-
expecting an ethnic burn in chat any second now.
Oh God, they've gotten.
I knew it.
Oh, that's, yes, they have gotten bigger because there's less of them. Hold on.
See, that was the real joke. It was luring and Aztec.
Nice. But yeah, I'm glad more people are talking about like Savage Worlds and all these different systems because they're really interesting.
There?
Like for example, another one that I want to talk to, and this is more relevant to all of us here because we played, is Lancer. I really love how Lancer does what it does. So it's not quite Paizo where everything is free, but the player rules are free. So you can make a character, you can play the game in terms of, as you know, to the extent that you can play it basically for free. And then there's the templates and all the NPC stuff and all that back end things that you could pay for, but it's reasonably priced. There's a lot of homebrew. There's a lot of stuff that's going on, and it's a really fun system that I think we've really enjoyed playing. And I really enjoy the setting. The setting, I like that it's a futuristic setting, but it's that somewhat hopeful. And one of the biggest takeaways that I get from it is how inclusive the setting is. Because everyone is just, it's in the future. Everyone can just do, like, there's technology to do things and whatnot. I think that's why there's been a huge surge of people playing it. And it's really, you see a large community of people from like the LGBTQ plus community that play it because it's, again, a setting where the ideas that we're dealing with nowadays and this whole culture divide and everyone, like that stuff doesn't exist there. And that's kind of cool. I mean, you can make it exist if you want to make a bad guy or whatnot, but inherently in the system, it just feels hopeful, which is nice.
It's hopeful. It's as the lore for the system says at the beginning of the book, you are Lancers. You are the best of the best. You may not be able to change the outcome of history individually, but together, you may be able to change which way the coin flips. Right, and so it's on this verge of being either amazing for everyone, or it could go very poorly. But you know, that's where the need and rise of the players come in. You know what I mean? To make that hopeful reality be the reality and not a possibility. And I like that.
Nice.
It's refreshing to have a hopeful vision of the future where the more popular way to do it is that, you know, things go wrong, or Earth explodes twice, or everything becomes a dystopia.
Well, to be fair, Earth did explode once.
Yeah, but we got better. That's the different part. Like, humanity actually collectively decided that we can do better, and then for the most part did better. There's some exceptions, of course, because you still need to have a plot. But generally,
yeah, we don't talk
I mean,
about.
there's even an eldritch being that is not explicitly evil.
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't talk about Ra here. Ra.
I'm talking about Ra.
Ra, our Lord and Savior.
Yes.
Ra. Yeah, Ross is.
But,
seriously, in all seriousness, Ross is an interesting. There's just this open-ended, the whole concept of NHPs and stuff.
-1.
Yeah, there's just a lot. We could go for an entire podcast, and we might, of just Lancer. Who knows?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty nice.
And
I'm trying to hold myself back.
I know. I would love to stream on the ATH Twitch here when we do play some Lancer from time to time to kind of get some people into it, to kind of see
would
it.
be nice.
So that'd be really cool to introduce people into that. So if people are definitely interested, keep an eye out. We're definitely gonna kind of reach out to the communities and the discords. And again, once we get like an actual official episode 1 of the podcast, where we're actually going to nail everything down and kind of continue getting better at what we're doing, we're going to have those cool podcast topics, and we're going to talk about these things. So that definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, I mean, any other tips to get in? Well, not so much tips, but anything else you guys want to add before I kind of go into what kind of helped me as a GM get started? I mean,
I think the big thing that anyone who wants to get started in TTRPGs needs is people. In the end,
Friends.
That's hard, because if you don't have friends that want to play it, you have to get into online communities that do it. There's like Reddit, there's Roll20 that has looking for game section. There's several Discord servers, but you need to find them at first. It's not always as easy. So yeah,
I'd say most people have access to Discord and stuff like that. Talking to people who might be interested in this might know of a server that they could potentially add you to, or going to your local LGS. Go to your local LGS. They usually have a night dedicated to a Pathfinder Society, or the 5e version of Pathfinder Society,
the Adventure League. Yeah.
Adventure League, right? And then you get talking to people there, and then start rolling the ball. There are plenty of ways to roll that snowball downhill.
Or you could,
yeah,
you could do like me and Frax and find an artist that draws really good fantasy art, and then join her community and realize there's a bunch of crazy nerds down there. So
yeah. Sometimes you just stumble into things, and that's also a way to go about it, honestly.
Yeah, that too.
But
I mean,
yeah, I can't say it enough. I'm super appreciative of actually finding people that actually want to try and play stuff. I mean, I definitely want to take Core's offer on playing Shadowrun, because I know he's howling at the wind of wanting us to play that. I know I want to play Savage Worlds. There's Blades in the Dark, some more Lancer, getting back into Pathfinder, even dipping back into 5e at some point. There's a lot of things that's on the in the future. And I think
there's a.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you first.
I was gonna say, and I think after the pandemic, the resurgence of like this need for social contact and having these social games becoming more popular, it's only gonna get better. As more and more people are exposed to it, which is really cool to see.
Yeah. And the thing that I wanted to jump on, is like things that that I definitely like to try for 5e and stuff like that are like the Star Wars 5e, right? Where it's basically a complete and utter overhaul to the already existing system, where it actually snips a lot of the issues in the rear, which I think I've told you about.
Yeah, we actually went through the book and we actually looked at it. So yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of really cool things in there that it kind of snips in the butt and goes, hey, here are the issues. We implement our own, but it's also Star Wars themed. And, I think that would be really cool to do as well.
You know what does that too, which is really interesting, and it's kind of my introduction to the fact that some of these reiterations of 5e make big changes, was Pugmire. Has anyone heard of Pugmire?
Vaguely, but I wouldn't know what it's about.
It's essentially D&D 5e, but you play like dogs. And there's expansions where you play cats, and they essentially took the 5e system and made like changes to it and
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of
here it is.
yeah. It is hilarious, but it's also like they actually made a decent amount of change to the system of 5e, where there's like a lot of quality of life in there. I don't remember off the top of my head the specifics. I remember a coworker of mine talking about it, and we went through a lot of like interesting stuff, and I was like, "Oh, this is really cool. I actually want to try this. Like, I actually want to play this at some point, and be a sentient like dog paladin, and like
I want to be a cat.
I want to be a mice.
That's dangerous.
Dangerous about what? Listen, have you seen the video of the mice hiding on the fur of the cat? The cat can't find the mice. I don't know,
Damn.
man.
is it
Hitting
mice or
blades.
is it mouse because it's singular?
Mouse.
Mouse. I mean, anyways, like, you know, also I get to have the love of cheese. Cats don't like cheese.
Who said? Are they allergic to it?
Yeah, they actually can't eat cheese. They actually can't eat any dairy.
Most animals can't really.
Can't eat,
It's actually not that great for mice and rats either, but they can eat just about anything in the end. So
Yeah, they're like little mammal versions of cockroaches. They just get away with it because they can.
built difference.
Yeah, but you should never feed your cat dairy. Like the saucer of milk thing, people genuinely believe that cats cannot have milk. Most animals that we know of just flat out cannot have dairy of any kind. It's only when they're like when they're like being brought up that they can have, you know, milk of their specific species to begin with. Like humans are really the only ones who went out where we really went out of our own way to literally make ourselves not lactose intolerant anymore.
Yes.
And you can find that gene in Europe.
It's me. I'm the origin. I caused this.
But you might find the opposite, where that gene is where the lactose intolerant gene is quite prevalent, just like a lot of places like Asia and stuff like that, where they didn't really mess around with milk in the same way Europe did.
That's interesting to know. I never really knew that. I know
Yeah.
I drank a lot of milk in my time on this planet, and I still continue to. So
I don't know.
and cheese. So
I mean, broccoli has a huge people like that got milk thing was because like the United States was having issues with like the dairy industry, and they were like, how do we sell more dairy? And I mean, you can find files on it. It's what happened.
Should have just contacted me.
Yeah, literally. But they had an issue with dairy, like selling dairy, and they had too much dairy, and they're like, we need to like move more dairy, or else like the agricultural side of this, like specifically like the cow endeavor, and like milk and that side of the agricultural endeavor will just collapse if we don't do this.
That's true. I'd see I don't think Frax will play a game if he can't have cheese. So.
Wait, I play a Warforged or a robot in 2 games.
Yeah, you can eat cheese as a Warforged and a robot.
Yeah, fair enough.
You could download the taste of cheese. I mean, you
downloaded. Yeah.
You downloaded the taste of popcorn when we were doing the role playing. I mean, it's right up there with downloading more RAM to your computer.
Exactly.
You know, except NHPs can probably actually do that to a degree.
This is true.
No. No, they can't. They have similar issues to computers.
It's called cascading.
Yeah, download more RAM. I dare you. Do it. Watch what happens. No, they're a sentient creature bound to the physical reality with math.
We could change the math.
Who would have thought?
I guess you can.
Who would have thought that you use math outside of school?
Damn.
No. Lies.
My teacher tricked me. No, actually, my teacher always told me you would have a calculator in your pocket at all times. Now, I am holding up my smartphone right here. You can see this. But I am, in fact, having a calculator in my pocket wherever I go.
This
Joke's on you!
This is true. The miniaturization of
Hey Alexa,
Of,
what's 3 times 3 times 3?
of resistors is really important in semiconductors.
Thank you.
Adding spaghetti to your shopping list.
It says adding calculator to your shopping list.
Adding cheese to your shopping list.
Yeah, repeat that 5 times.
Oh, there was that video yesterday that we were watching of, or I was watching, of people being asked questions like, "When did the War of 1812 happen?" And they're just stare at the screen. Oh, like 1980.
1812. It's 1812, man.
Oh, it was.
Nah, that's too easy. It's too obvious.
It's like
It's a trick.
name a continent. Alaska. I was like, oh no. Like what?
No.
What is?
To be fair, when they make those videos, they cut out all the normal people and focus on those 3 people they find that are really
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
not awake.
Yeah, it's funny. It's not that bad. Or they ask them and then they kind of
Just making that disclaimer because I know a few people that actually get depressed and lose faith in humanity because of that kind of stuff. Like, evil is fake. It's edited.
There's a TTRPG that I've also wanted to play. I'll have to find it. It's basically about a game where you're a bunch of little mice in like the countryside, and it's got a very like Tolkien-esque feel to it. But it's got the combination of a Tolkien-esque feel, but also like those old stories, those old like children's books, right? Where they had like that specific like Winnie the Pooh, right? Or like the what's Peter Cottontail, like how that art style, it has that art style.
That's pretty cool.
And it's like a really, really light TTRPG. But you're all little mice, and you're trying to like go throughout the world, and like the cats are like the dragons of that world. They're like the biggest, most dangerous creatures that you want to stay away from.
Makes sense.
And there are some other really cute things in there, like basically like mushrooms are giving like, I think it's like mushrooms are giving like mice, like starting to give mice like psychic powers.
Mice are mythic. The TTRPG out of the box. That's what Core put on the thing.
Mice. You have a link.
By the way, Core, if you are up for it, we have a spot. If you want to jump in for the last 25, 30 minutes.
Oh, we're that far already? Oh, we are.
Oh yeah, we kind of went off on some news and went off some tangents, and it was really good. And there's a lot of good stuff that we have for next time. But I've also posted on the, as you'll see playing in the background here, a TTRPG that I was following that Solzy backed and gave me the rundown of it, as she is a backer and has it. It's called Break. And as you can see behind her, it's like this inspired, it almost looks like a Miyazaki film. Like,
oh yeah,
but it's really interesting. Like, you can play like an isekai, like Japanese student. Yeah. There's actually a race. If you look at the cover, there's like a dude that looks like he's about to do taxes. That's one of the races that you can pick. It's just an isekai person. So it's cool. So instead of like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna be an elf. No, I'm gonna be an isekai person, and it's fantastic. So the party's accountant. Yes.
I have the name right here. It's called Mouse Ritter.
Mouse. Oh.
I was thinking of it. Yeah.
I've seen that Break one before. Like the cover is familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called Mouse Ritter. And it's like
I'm
a
not
very
surprised.
simple game.
I'm not surprised that Anime 5e has an Isekai class, and I still love it.
What you're not surprised as? What?
Anime 5e that Aussie played has an Isekai class.
Oh yeah, I used to love listening to the stories of her, just the wild junk that happens. So.
I barely recognize the 5e anymore with how wild things went.
We found a stray A straight
Straight
paladin,
paladin, yes.
on the side of the road.
Okay, Shadowrun, go.
How much time do we have left?
We
You
have,
have got 5 minutes.
no, we have time. We could do spotlight. Like I
No, I did the elevator pitch for that so often it kind of feels boring at this point.
But here we go. We've talked about Path Builder. We've talked about Roll20 for Shadowrun. Getting started.
Oh,
Where do you what tool do you recommend? Because I need to go and do it because you're gonna kill me because I keep telling I'm gonna do it. I don't.
wow, nice that you're putting yourself on blast so I don't have to do it. That's very nice of you. No, so the thing is, I've started Shadowrun pretty late with 5th edition, which is the second to latest. They're running on 6 now. And I looked at the 6 playtest and I wasn't really happy with it, so I stuck with 5.
Mhm.
I think 6 is in a better place now, but the thing is we have like a library of books for 5th edition. And we're not gonna swap because the difference isn't that big.
That's fair. It's like we mentioned before that some people are just happy with what they got, you know?
And yeah, so for 5th edition, the tool I use for building characters is Chumma 5,
Yep.
Okay.
which is I think, passion project of a few people that made it. I think there might be some C# in there, but it looks very WinForm. So yeah, it's been around. And it got basically everything, and you can set it up in a way if you own the PDFs, you can give Chummer a folder where you put the PDFs, so you can reference them from the tool, which is super nice. Because of course, for copyright reasons, they can't put the full rules in there. They just give you the names of the skills and go like, you have to know what this is.
Figure it out.
Which is fair, I guess, yeah. And Chumma 5 can do a lot of stuff, and you can even integrate homebrew into it really easily, because it's basically all the background files are just JSON files, so super human legible. So you can just make your own homebrew, like weapons or skills or really anything for it. They actually also, a bit technical, they provide CSS files for the files, so you can basically auto-check them if he'll be able to read them. So yeah, you can even homebrew with that tool. So great tool. And it has a nice, for the people who like to play with actual paper later on, it has a nice character sheet it can print out from your character file.
That is nice.
Ooh, I found
Yeah.
I found a gem of a video, I think. Look at that. If you're looking on screen,
Oh,
look at that.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, buddy.
No, wait, is it the TV ad?
It's the TV ad from 1990.
Oh, God.
It's
Hold on, I need to put some sound on this. Hold on, we need to.
no.
We need to. Okay.
oh dear God.
Yeah, no, I remember that one.
Sally, watch our butts.
Oh, it's a live action one.
Oh no.
Watch our butts. Oh my God. I think I'm already sold. I'm already sold. My question is, why is he like sidestepping when it's gonna take him longer to aim the gun at something that's there?
Damn it, the picture said there weren't any cards.
I'll take them out.
No.
I think he got
Now, can you drop him? Him?
I'm pretty sure he got like directions to keep his pecs in focus. I don't know.
Oh, instead,
Yeah, maybe.
Just what are you doing?
is she a mage?
I hope so.
Holy crap.
I'm assuming that's the case here. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll be fine.
let's go.
Oh, all right.
Okay. So, Corey, you mentioned when you use magic, you gotta roll because you could like mess yourself up. Is that why they asked her she was fine?
I guess so, yeah. So Shadowrun doesn't use a Vankian casting system where you have like spell slots, leveled spells. The bigger the number, the boomier the spell. With Shadowrun, you learn a spell, like a spell that does something, and you choose at which force you cast it. The higher the force, the better the effect. Let's take a simple example. Levitate can lift, I think, 200 pounds, 100 kilogram per level of force you cast it at. So if you want to lift a person, no
Oh my
problem.
God. By the way, look at her deck. Look at her deck. It's a keyboard.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's definitely. To be fair, that's what they look like.
Okay.
A cyber deck is little more than a keyboard because yeah, she's plugged in.
This
You
future
basically,
is so great.
you know, you actually just have
I'm
a
so
keyboard for
immersed right
typing.
now.
I know, right?
Some people have it installed inside their body.
Yeah, you can have cyber implanted decks, which really sucks when it gets broken.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an operation to fix it?
Yeah. So cyber decks are like really good ones are multiple 100,000 new yen to just own, and then basically ripping that out of yourself, having somebody else repair it because you're under, right? And then putting it back in, or maybe even getting it out, sewing yourself back together, have you repair it yourself because you can't trust anybody, getting under again, getting it implanted again, sewing you up again. That's gonna be expensive.
She's gonna track God.
I saw Raw.
This really,
Well, get out.
this
Get out of my
really reminds me
shadow.
of Good Fury. You know,
Ooh, is that an ice?
Possibly. So yeah,
it's a part of Good Fury where they hack time. That this is what is happening.
yeah. So to give a bit of background, God is the Grid Overwatch division, which is a joint international governmental authority. If you have played Cyberpunk 2077, it's Netwatch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically start
Let's get out of here
tracking
now.
activity in the Matrix immediately. And you have a God score, and if that reaches a certain value, they're gonna send actual people to your location to, yeah, get you to stop doing what you do.
Permanently.
Okay. That's
Mostly, yeah. Honestly, if you reach the God score where they actually send people, you're in deep shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, definitely. As we were saying earlier, there's just so many just cool systems, and this is one that I'm looking for because I only played it like for like a 2 weeks with some friends IRL. So
I had a 6-year campaign. And we're currently on the second one with the same group.
Hell yeah.
yeah, that's awesome.
And yeah, my character for the 6-year campaign died in the last run.
Oof.
That's
Yeah,
less
no,
awesome.
but no, that's the thing is we set it up to be a career-ending run either way.
Yeah, it was just like the big finale.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, let's do some cyberpunk examples. Invading Arasaka Tower, squaring up with Adam Smasher, like
God.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think in our case it was airdropping into a AAA corporation black site and bombing it. So yeah, that was fun.
That's
I remember you telling me only one of you made it out of that.
No, the thing is we were 7 people and 4 made it out, so actually
Oh.
a sizable amount. The thing is, the 2 that got before my character were his closest friends, and I was like, yeah, I could cover our retreat, or we could have a 50-50 of basically everything going off and all of us making it out. But then I was like, yeah, my character would end up a depressed alcoholic, so I think I'm gonna cover your guys' retreat, you go. And that's how that ended. And I still had to kill the guy that killed my wife's mage. Out of principle.
Yeah,
out of principle, yeah.
Mm.
Did you manage to do so?
Yeah, no.
Hell yeah.
Basically, the last thing I did was putting a heavy pistol to that guy's chest and pulling the trigger and then catching a sniper onto the chest. So yeah, that was a very Shadowrun ending for my character, and I didn't mind at all.
So what were the increments you guys played in for Shadowrun? Did you guys play like a normal weekly, monthly?
No. My real life gaming group has the problem that 2 people are working customs, so they work shift.
Ah.
And yeah, we get 1 game a month in. So yeah, usually you would get that thing done in a year or 2. But we
Yeah.
don't mind. Because it's an in-person game and we always spend a lot of time like cooking, eating, and then playing. It's mostly half a day on the weekends. Or a full day.
That's usually what my IRL games turned out to be. Is mostly we just like ordered pizza or something, or just had and just chilled, and it was
Yeah,
the
no.
hangout. So
honestly, online games are super fun to have, but IRL games hit different. It's so nice.
Do. Having
They do.
My friend ran for my birthday. I told him he's like, hey man, he asked me like months out. He's like, hey man, what do you want for your birthday, dude? And I was like, actually, I kind of just because he's like an artist and he does a bunch of stuff, and he's also like he was going to school for engineering at the time, so he's just like he's a real world version of a real polymath. He's just all about a lot of stuff. And I was just like, I actually would like to see what you can do for making an adventure. And he went out of his way to make an adventure, and and he like hand drew the map and like poured wax over it, so that it was a scratch away map, so that it would get the fog of war would get revealed as we went along. And it was like that was super cool. And he had drawn out like a lot of like the like puzzles and stuff like that for us that we could like physically look at. I mean, he went all out, and it was like one of the best times I've ever had. And basically we like went out to dinner and stuff like that, and we came back and we started the day early, played, came back, played, and then we went out to dinner, and then came and ended it then. But it was a fantastic time.
So the most insane, if we go by topic DM prep, the most insane thing I did, I have a complete 2-scale cutout of Castle Ravenloft.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, I did basically, I mean just the floor plans, but I think it's like a whole binder full of pieces that I just labeled how they fit together and what goes where. Like which stairway leads where and everything. And I think that was Halloween 2 years back or so, where I did the Strahd Must Die Tonight variant of Ravenloft. And that was insanely fun.
That one's cool. That's the one that has the time limit, and then after the time limit, he just shows up.
Yeah, I actually bought a 1-hour hourglass for that.
Awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so basically how you run the game, I mean without spoilers, you basically eliminate the whole like lead up to entering Ravenloft, and you just put all the MacGuffins into a Ravenloft location. They can be otherwhere in Barovia, but you just put them all into Ravenloft. You basically railroad them there, and then you just basically do all the Ravenloft encounters. And it basically how that was played. Strahd is supposed to show up every hour on the dot and interfere in whatever's happening, which was very fun. Playing Strahd is super fun. And yeah, we ran that for 4 hours, and that's when we changed how we actually play 5e, because we realized some stuff.
Yeah, that's an interesting variant that could be used in other scenarios too. Just that whole time limit thing. That's actually kind of cool.
I mean, the thing with 5e balance in general is the DMG, which very little people actually read. Says 5e is balanced around 7 to 9 encounters to a long rest. That means social and combat. But you're basically gonna have 7 to 9 encounters until you get your long rest in. So yeah, better be careful with those spell slots and resources in general. And yeah, because the Ravenloft game was basically in real time, like over a night, they knew they weren't getting a long rest and they played accordingly, and they said it was very, very fun to balance on a more macro level, basically. And that's what we've been doing going forward with our Avernus campaign. Because I have a lot of players, I have 7 players, which is just a friend group, right? So I didn't balance the encounters too much. We were just agreeing on spacing the long rests way further. Which is a more enjoyable game, honestly. So yeah, we went around going, we're gonna do less long rests. Which I can wholly recommend as a balancing tweak for 5e.
Nice. So apparently, what was it? Back to explaining spellcasting. Apparently, Mook wants more spellcasting explanations.
Oh yeah, I really didn't get finished on that. So basically, in Shadowrun in the spellcast, you choose a force to determine the effect of your spell. But as a mage, when you channel the omnipresent magic in the world through yourself to manifest a spell, you suffer what's called drain. And the higher the force, the higher the drain. And it actually can damage you. So basically, the force of a spell determines the drain, also depending on which spell. Combat spells usually have a higher drain than the force, and like utility spells a lower one. And you basically have to resist drain damage, and that can actually hurt you if you fail the resistance check. So spellcasting can kill a mage if things go bad. Also,
Yeah, man,
Frax,
you
I
gotta-
appreciate the pun.
Thank you.
It's
thank you.
always fun. It's always fun to push your luck with force and go higher than and to start going higher than your magic rating.
I would really not recommend doing that.
Hey man, it's a great game of fuck around and find out. You'll find out whether or not you're gonna be around tomorrow or in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah,
And
so yeah, what the magic rating has to do with that? Basically, regular drain damage is what's called stun damage. That's basically damage that makes you woozy, bit sluggish. It's things like pain, a concussion, nausea, like stuff that does hamper you, but that is not immediately threatening your survival. Then you have physical damage, which is actually taking damage, like traumatic damage to your body. Like wounds, broken bones, respiratory issues, like suffocating is actually some damage, funnily enough. But if it goes on too long, it becomes physical.
And the brain damage.
Yeah, that can
And the
happen.
brain damage.
And yeah, basically, if you try to cast a spell with a force higher than your inherent magic, you're trying to channel more magic through your body than it's capable of. So magic is gonna start tearing your body apart. Because you're fucking with forces you shouldn't.
And I really, really, really enjoy that system of there are no spell slots, but
Yeah.
how hard you really want to push yourself at a given time. Your magic is only limited by your literal body at that point.
And yeah, it's a really interesting thing, because the thing is, it escalates super quickly, because if you actually start getting hurt, you want to end the fight quickly, but you're already hurt. So taking additional damage or like taxing your body even more might make you pass out or even kill you. So yeah, the stakes get super high super fast, but that's just a Shadowrun thing in general. You die super fast.
And also, like, you can do some really funny shit in Shadowrun. Like, mages in 5e can't wear full plate normally. But in Shadowrun, one of the mage that I played, he he's a dock wagon guy, and he had the full like combat like suit that you can get in the game. Not the Spec Ops one, just the regular one, but it was like being head to toe covered in like armor casting spells. No one expects the dude in armor to cast spells.
Yep.
I mean, yeah,
pretty funny.
that's the reason why you carry a gun as a mage. You don't want to obviously be the mage.
Because what's the rule of Shadowrun? Always gank the mage.
Yeah.
Always geek the mage.
Yeah, kill the most dangerous person first. That's just common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's mic is whining. They say. I don't hear it personally, but might be to Twitch.
Mine.
I don't know.
Mm.
I have no idea.
I don't hear it, so.
If we can narrow it down who it is, let us know. Alright, so.
Someone wrapping a paper? That's
it might
weird.
have been it might have been me earlier opening up a package, so.
Oh. Yeah, that would explain
That
it.
would explain it, yeah.
But I was trying to be quiet, I forget. As long as it's not still happening because the package has been opened, unless there's a ghost or a Jedi opening a package that I don't know of. But,
The stream is a bit of a delay, so maybe it was still happening there.
so it probably is
Yep.
me somehow? Okay.
Probably was the package.
I think there's some white noise on the stream from your mic, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Oh. Well, it's weird that that showed up all of a sudden, but okay. I will reduce the gain a bit. Still working out the growing pains of everything. Alright, everyone here? Still?
Yeah, still here.
Alright, so it is 3. We've been going on for a little bit of time. I do want to do a little bit of a community highlight before we call it for the day.
Yes.
So first and foremost, though, before we do community highlight, I do want to thank everybody who, here, everybody that's been involved. We have everyone from Artsy doing all the art, to Core here who hopped in last minute and has helped with the organizational as our coordinator. You know, get it, coordinator.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, you will be cursing at me the next month, but we'll see where that goes.
We'll see. We'll see. We have our behind the scenes folk like Solzy, and Mega, and everyone who's kind of done some research and looking up some of the topics that we talked about to kind of get a better idea of, like the Helldiver situation and the talk we had with the Tarkov thing, which was really interesting. We have a few interesting topics for next month. So we will go into that, and we'll probably do that off stream, and we'll have some sort of a way for people to kind of vote on what we want to do. But definitely want to go in more in depth on certain topics, like world building, character building, specific systems, all that kind of thing. Or gaming, or maybe one day do a whole thing on card games and Magic, or whoever, whatever we want to do. So before we go into kind of a community spotlight, though, anything anyone else would like to bring up, or some sort of a, something that interesting if they want to speak up for the month, or on the topic of just being new to gaming, any final words from everyone? We won't necessarily end. We're just going to transition to, community spotlight. But anyone that wants to hop in, Mel.
For for anything in particular. Getting into gaming, find some people, go LGSs, read, be voracious in your reading. People are only you gain a lot more information gathering more things that you can derive from, right? And that inspire you. So read. Read things you like. You don't have to read things you don't. Sometimes, I mean, some things that are really boring, sometimes you get a good reason for why they were so popular and why they're so popular in the first place, like Lord of the Rings. It can be a very boring read. Can be very boring. But it is good for a very good reason. And that at that point I just call it doing homework. But yeah, be immersed in pop culture so that you can do interesting things, design interesting things that you've seen and that you want to tweak and make your own.
Yeah, that's definitely helped
Um,
getting involved in
yeah,
learning, reading books and all that. So yeah.
communicate. If you're gonna do things, like I said earlier, communication and expectation are hand in hand with each other. If you fail either, people will get upset. Make sure that what you're saying you're following through with, so they can expect, and what they expect has already been communicated back and forward. So that's another key one. Play with people that you have fun with, but also know that you can have a group of your best friends, but not everyone gets along. So what I've learned is fit vibes to vibes. If you got a good vibe of people who already vibe together really, really, really well, pick them, and and run a thing for them, and see how it goes. It could be a 1-shot, 2-shot, maybe a little 6-shot. However long you want to run it. Games don't need to be 6-year games. Games don't need to be 1-year games. Games can go on for as long as the story is necessary, or as long as you want them to go. And there, people get conflated with, oh, I want to do a 1 to 20 game. It's like, you can do a 1 to 20 game. You can every session you level up. You can get there really quickly if you really, really, really want to. But you don't have to, and it's not the be all end all of everything. It's more about the story and the journey along the way than it is really ever the destination. The destination can be cool, like in Core's case with what they had to do for Shadowrun, but but it's literally every step along the way that made that entire thing magical. So yeah, read and consume pop culture, like comics and TV and all this stuff, and other TTRPGs. You will find so much inspiration everywhere. It's not just in reading, but it is in all forms of media.
Awesome.
And then just experiment and be willing to try. And that's about it.
Wise words. Wise words. Core?
Yeah, I just listened to that and I'm thinking whatever I should add to that. There's very little to add. Mel said basically everything. The thing I wanna definitely empathize is don't be afraid to bring in stuff from things you like.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point every story has been done and you don't have to feel bad for going like, this thing is cool, I want it in my game. No, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's cool to be in your game and that's what it's for. So yeah.
The hero's journey is a tale literally as old as time itself, since we've been telling stories around the fire.
Yep.
And it's good. It's some things are good for a reason, and are staples for a reason, not because everyone just wants to do it, but because there is a reason behind it. And the hero's journey, no matter how hard you want to get away from it, you will find yourself falling right lock in step with it, because it's just natural to how to telling good stories about people. So
Yeah, people gravitate towards those stories because there's something about them, and that's the reason why they've stood the test of time. Like when we had the speaker Perry talk about how they tell stories and how they pass things down through generations. that's super vital and super connected to it, because it's like, these stories tell something about like the hero's journey, about people we relate to them because we've either gone through those struggles or can actually empathize with it. So it's really cool to kind of read up and see what works and then kind of work from there, because too often people fall into that trap of, oh, it's already been done, I don't want to do it, or oh, you're never going to come up with something creative because then it's just going to start getting weird or just doesn't make sense, and then it's going to feel unnatural and you're not connected to it, in my opinion. But whatever works for anyone, just depends.
But I wholeheartedly agree with Core, and if not put it in there for the for everyone at the table, put it in there for yourself, right? Name drop put a name in from your favorite book, from one of your favorite characters, and make that a staple NPC. You'll get the reference, but you'll be surprised. Sometimes people will get the reference and be super excited for the implications, and that spawns an entire story unto itself. So never be afraid about adding things you like.
All right, and Frax, any final words on the topic of welcoming to gaming and tabletop?
Honestly, just don't be afraid. That's really it. A lot of people see the group requirements for it and don't really want to get into it because of that, especially if they don't have other people to jump into it together with. And it's a way to make those friends, It might be daunting at first, especially when you see like the wall of looking for game posts and you have no idea, like, how do I see which game is good, which one is bad? At that point, you don't. That's trial and error. You will find some nice people. You might find some less nice people, and then you got stories to tell. You live and you learn. But sometimes you just have to go for it, and I recognize that that's not easy. I know it's not easy for me. But your future self will thank your past self. Trust me on that one.
I have to say, some of my best relationships and friendships, IRL as well as online, in the recent years, so has been through tabletop and through gaming and just through the shared hobbies. So it's invaluable for me in my own mental health and my own personal place in the world to have that kind of connection to people. So I'm super appreciative of basically everyone that I've gotten to play with and met through gaming or just talking about it. So, all right. So,
One thing I almost forgot to say about that. If it has to get started somehow, be the one to initiate it. Even if you don't like being a DM or you're afraid of being a DM, I started out being a DM, not as a player. It is very scary, very daunting, but it's like getting into a pool for the first time. All you got to do is jump in, right? No one knows anything when they're starting out, and there's only one way to find out. It's to start walking, start learning, and it'll grow with you as long as you're open to growth. So, if be a DM, even if you're scared about it, if you think like, oh, it'd be cool to be a DM, do it. Do it. Find a time, set yourself up for it. It'll be scary at first, but you'll get used to it and it'll become comfortable. And you'll learn a lot from it. Shit, a lot of real world experiences from it.
Yeah,
that's about it.
all right. So let's finish up tonight, or not tonight, for some of you tonight, for today with a bit of a community spotlight. Give me a second to set this up.
Aside from the artists that we've already hyped up and highlighted several times, because they are great. Artsy, Corey.
Yeah, artsy.
There's even more, but we'll hype you up
Oh yeah.
Eventually, when we come to it, don't want to spend the entire thing hyping up people that like that.
I mean,
But you know,
right now, I'm just gonna put in. See if I can actually. Does this just work? Can I just move it?
let's see which talented person we are putting, or talented people, or fun people, or whatever we are putting here on stream. It's our favorite robot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can actually get it to move up and down her page. I apparently not. Oh,
You can scroll a bit, apparently.
I don't know how I scrolled. I don't
Ah,
know.
I thought you hovered over something. Hello, Dice.
Yo.
Hi, Dice.
Yeah, we have a very cool artist that made these.
I can interact with it. I just can't go up or down. Interesting.
That's weird. We'll figure this out. Yeah, Corey, this is about you.
Yes, Corey, we're putting you on. We're putting you on screen. So, I will eventually get it to work. But yeah, we want to. I personally want to community spotlight, or put a little spotlight on Corey, our resident robot and VTuber. Um, she has done a lot of art for a lot of people in our tight knit community. Um, that's how I met basically most of you guys here. It was through becoming a mod for Corey and her art.
Actually, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I think almost all of everyone here who's in because of or as a result of. So.
Yep.
I'm just gonna.
I mean, Corey did the reference for Corianas, my paladin, the current one, so yeah. No, you're getting compliments, and you can't escape them. Not while you're here.
Get loved. Get loved. But
She
yeah.
did the reference for my sorcerer, Kalim, and my dragon knight, Thalia, and my Warforged Forge.
Yeah, I believe all of my Adira was created by Corey. She is the Adira's art mom, so it's one of my favorite characters. So yeah, definitely. For
One
those,
of sorry, I was gonna say two of my players in Eberron, even though I hadn't actually heard about Corey. Then when they were coming in, one of my friends actually had done some art, had some art commissioned of them, and got art commissioned for one of the players in my Eberron campaign. Like well over like a year ago now. I think like a year and a half ago.
it was an actual Corey piece too.
It was an actual. I actually have it. It weirdly enough, it looks like him in real life, kind of, which is very funny which is very funny. But it's an amazing piece. It's a swashbuckler that doesn't use or not swashbuckler, what do you call it? The fencer in PF2E. What is it? The one that uses panache.
Swashbuckler.
Yeah, swashbuckler.
Yeah, yeah. So he's a swashbuckler, but he doesn't use a sword. He uses his fists. It's very weird. And then one of my other players right now is set up a piece to be commissioned for his characters in my Eberron campaign as well.
Corey said if you have name. Because Corey remembers things in these characters.
Corey remembers all of our clients. It's kind of creepy. No, that's not true.
One of the person who got
name right. Just kidding.
One of my friends that so Kelth commissioned one of my friends' characters for him because he had never had art actually ever commissioned. So he did that, and then and that was for the swashbuckler. And then my friend Puni, he's getting his character. He's playing a summoner in PF2E in the Eberron campaign.
Okay.
And they're and he's getting them currently commissioned by Corey. and they're basically he's playing two sisters, and one of them's the summon, which is very interesting.
I'm gonna bring in a special guest here for Corey, since Corey's in the stream. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Oh, I have an idea.
I think Corey knows whom it is.
Yeah, so since nothing is happening
this
at
sister,
all,
yeah.
quick frags, distract the people.
That's
I
really
have
cool
stolen
that
your
she knows
cheese.
that.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
the sisters that are one of them's like a shadow, and the other one's like still living. That's actually cool that she actually knows that that's coming up and knows that stuff. That's awesome.
Okay. So Rain threw me on the podcast here to say hello. In case you guys don't know, I am Rain's monk, Adira. Let me know. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So, Corey,
Yeah.
if you can hear me, thank you so much for creating me, because before you actually drew me, this idiot wanted to make me a rogue.
True, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I fully support this decision.
Hi, Artsy. Hi, Afton. I've heard things about both of you. Usually good.
That sounds threatening.
Usually, she says.
So, since he's being lazy and stuffing his face in the kitchen, I guess I'm taking over for a little bit. But yes, it seems that absolutely Corey is a well-loved and received member of our community. She does streams. She has her own Discord server. I believe she might be streaming later today, so feel free to check her out. In the background,
yes,
Rain has put up...
even.
Yeah, there is a raffle. I'm going to punch Rain in the face so that he doesn't win the raffle again, because it's like twice that he's won.
That's
And,
kind of
it's-
weird. Isn't he a mod? That's kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
that's rigged. It's so rigged.
Yeah, exactly.
If only another mod would win one of those raffles.
Cora, I know you're jealous that you haven't won one yet, but that's okay.
I'm just saying, if I win Gothalia, that's what you stand to gain.
I mean, we all have to do goth characters at this point for the raffle, right?
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah,
I believe
have
so.
a couple up as well.
I mean, there is a golf win somewhere. That was the first week.
It's not rigged. Okay. It's not rigged, apparently. Apparently. Heavy quotes.
You heard it from Corey first. It's not rigged.
Yeah.
So
the one thing I did like was the puppets that I've seen around.
Oh yeah. Wait, I can turn that one on. Yeah, I got that one set up, so I can just quickly go.
I guess I have to go get her. I'll be back, or she'll be back.
Okay, there we go. Should have changed now. There's the Muppets reactives are amazing.
I love the Muppet reactives. They're
Yeah, just go,
absolutely
"Wow."
adorable. Especially when you gave yourself a fucking autocannon.
Yeah, I could get that one on too. They're just really cute. It's just fun that like when people are streaming with Corey, you got Corey with her model, and then a bunch of puppets. It's like she's playing with her friends. They're just puppets. Oh, I got my gun on stream now. That's for Helldivers. But yeah, Corey set up an amazing community. She's an amazing artist, amazing VTuber. Get highlighted, get laughed.
Okay, am I in the right place? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yes,
Oh
that's
god, it's chaos.
well. I didn't do anything. I'm not being told to say anything sussy, core, artsy.
Listen, that test stream was your own fault. That's all
Mhm.
I'm saying.
It's not my fault that the microphone was sensitive because it was all up into the actual fan.
Mhm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. But it was your fault how you expressed that, but
Well, at least I'm not gasping and moaning anymore. That's a good
Ah.
thing.
yeah, no,
Huh.
Maybe I
that's
am.
actually helpful.
Oh no, yeah, let's just say the fan was not doing me any favors.
Oh
Nope.
my god.
But
It's
yes,
like Harry Potter puppet pals all over again.
Yeah.
hello, Corey.
Yep.
Thank you, Corey, for drawing me, Corey. We love you.
Have fun in League of Legends if possible. I don't know if it
Well,
is. I don't
I
think
mean,
it is.
also another artist who made all I think all of our reactives
Oh, yeah.
except for um cores.
No?
Nope.
No,
That
all of
no,
us.
No, that's
All of
that's
us.
just a reactive I had for quite a long time, but it's also the same artist.
Oh wow, yeah, is I mean, Rain, you're the helm of this ship, so
Yeah. Let's also spotlight our favorite um, cheese queen. She's not the cheese lord, but she is the cheese queen.
Mhm.
Another member from the fantasy land of Belgemia, or whatever it's called. Um, Artsy Faye. I think she's still in chat. That or she's sleeping. She's been pulling multiple long nights to kind of get our uh, stuff in place. All the overlays, the reactables and whatnot. She has gone above and beyond to make sure that it runs. What was that?
absolutely. I was gonna say absolutely. Like it's the first time I've ever seen one of my characters put pen to paper that I've always been extremely worried about because finding Warforged art or people who do Warforged art very expensive, very expensive. I mean, there are plenty of people who do art for anything, but getting like high-end Warforged art is there's like 5 artists that do it. So
Yeah, and
yeah,
she actually did Kelth's mech. That was really cool too.
yeah.
So we
Starting,
definitely
starting to step into that more
Mhm.
armored stuff.
yeah we're definitely going to put it on the docket here to get like a scrolling art like thing that we go in that goes through and shows people's art. So who we're talking about. Definitely for next time, once we get people's okay for us to use or show some of their art, we'll definitely have some of that on there, spotlight some characters and whatnot. So, and of course with Adira and Win hogging the spotlight for the characters. I mean, yeah, that's always fun. All right, so I think we've been going for almost 5 hours now, so it's like 3.5, 4 hours. Um, if there's any final words before we end for today, if you guys have any kind of feedback, criticism, concerns, some suggestions, I'm stealing this from Zan. Feel free to kind of message us, and I'm talking to chat in general. The whole team will definitely kind of meet at some point during the next week or so to kind of decompress and kind of figure out, debrief, and see what we can do for next week. And we'll definitely look into some topics. I think one of the first topics we wanted to talk about are interesting systems. We sort of dipped into it today, but we might go into some systems and highlight some of those. And kind of go more into a deep dive of something in particular. So if there's something that's interesting, we might actually speak on it. So that might be what we go into. Though we have other topics that we have planned as well. So, any final words from our panelists or podcasters here, or the team meld?
Yeah, I'd say that everyone. I mean, cheese. Cheese is a very important one. But most important of all, everyone who really went out of their way to make sure that all of this was set up. That the research involved, the art that was made, the reactables, the the actual background that we're looking at here. There's a lot of work put into it, and a lot of people who did spectacular jobs. Like Core, for example, being the king of organization and organizing all of this.
Yes.
There's Core, Artsy, Omega, Rain, yourself, Frax, Solzy, the whole gambit for everyone. Who Ophi as well, being here with us this entire time as well. Everyone kind of really putting in the work, putting in the effort to really put out this product, which would have never existed without literally every single person involved.
Yeah, and it can only get better, and we are going to look to improve. Like I said, this is session 0, more of a just getting to talk to people. I mean, thank you for the people that've been here for a long time, like Afton. I mean, you've been here from the beginning, Afton. We appreciate you. And
Yeah.
so a lot of others. I know Artsy's been hanging around. I saw Aztec around, Ruda at some point. So all you guys who are a part of our little circle, and anyone who's new, thank you for showing up as well. Core, any final thank yous? Any final words of wisdom?
Yeah, I should get to starting the thanks, because now I'm at the point again where I can say like I have nobody else to thank, because you basically got through everyone. No, but I want to thank everybody for being nice to organize for. Yeah, it's not that hard to organize stuff with passionate people, so it's actually fun to do that. So thank you for that. But yeah, otherwise I have nothing to add.
Thank you for showing up too to fill in the spot while Ophi had to do adult things and work. So filling in and just dropping in. We also thank Morgan for being here for the time she is, and hopefully we'll have some stuff for her to say next time, like actual introductory scripts, and that'll be really cool. Looking forward to that. Frax, any final words of wisdom, thanks, or any kind of comments that you want to leave before we cut it for the day?
Well, I can't even give the I don't have anything to say anymore because everyone else did its speech, because Cole did that. So, yeah. Thank you all for being here, I guess. The magic word of the day is cheese. It's also the day of tomorrow, and the word of tomorrow, and the word of yesterday, and yeah. On a more serious note, I'm just happy to be here. I'm glad that this is really becoming a thing, and I'm already looking forward to the next time.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Wait. Oh. Only